Fuck you.
Very recent, okay? Now, of course, some of the information, and again, I'm going to blur out a fair bit for you because I don't know what is entirely sensitive and what I cannot show you. But for anybody that wants to know what I'm looking at, effectively, this is ACAR's messages being sent around, and the only people that are going to understand it are obviously people working in the aviation industry, people who are communicating from airplanes to ground systems. As I kept looking at more and more config files in more and more of the projects, it dawned on me just how heavily I'd already owned them within just half an hour or so. Hard-coded credentials there would allow me to access the NavBlue APIs for refueling, canceling, and updating flights, swapping out crew members, and so on. Assuming I was willing to ever interact with the SOAP API in my life, which I sure as hell am not. Jesus Christ. However, this is where it gets interesting. I kept looking back at two projects named No Fly Comparison and No Fly Comparison version 2, which seemingly take the TSA no-fly list and check if any Commute Air's crew members have ended up there. So again, it's literally designed to make sure that nobody working for the staff of Commute Air is somehow on the TSA no-fly list, because as you can imagine, if that was the case, it would make it pretty hard to schedule them to fly through U.S. commercial airspace. So again, what had happened was they found hard-coded credentials and S3 bucket names for Amazon Web Services clouds. So, however, I just can't find the actual list anywhere because it obviously gets deleted because of people trotting in and out of these servers potentially. So again, they had all these, the Amazon Web Service endpoints and secret keys, access keys, so on and so forth, which they've blurred out so nobody can abuse them any further. So at this point, they started talking to a reporter from the Daily Dot, and they basically gave him a rundown that in about half an hour after they started talking, they ended up finding AWS credentials. I now seemingly have access to pretty much their entire AWS infrastructure via AWS, CLI. Which is the command line interface. Numerous S3 buckets, dozens of dynamic ODB tables, as well as various servers and much more. Commute really loves to use AWS. AWS, for those of you who don't know, is Amazon Web Services. A lot of enterprise clients, a lot of commercial services will use AWS's cloud in order to facilitate their big businesses and most of the network stuff that they have going on, because they just like to pass that off to people that can handle all of that for them. The security, the distribution, so on and so forth. So at this point, they ended up finding and looking at a test data repository, and they found 3 CSV files: employee information.csv, nofly.csv, and selectee.csv, all committed to the repository in July 2022. The no-fly CSV is almost 80 megabytes in size and contains over 1.56 million rows of data. This has to be the real deal. And then, of course, they got a confirmation that, yes, it is in fact the leaked no-fly list from 2019. So obviously, we're missing a few years of data, but yes, they've got the complete list confirmed from 2019 and before. So they looked even further. They found out for the crew members, their full names, addresses, phone numbers, passport numbers, their pilot license numbers. Whenever the next line check, which is basically them getting tested again, as far as I understand, when it comes to piloting. I had trip sheets for every flight, the potential to access every flight plan ever, a whole bunch of image attachments to booking for reimbursement flights containing yet again more PII, airplane maintenance data, you name it. I had owned them completely in less than a day, with no skill required besides the patient, and hundreds of showdown results. So again, obviously when it came to the no-fly list, they obviously acknowledged the information is highly sensitive, and they believe it's in the public interest to be made public for journalists and human rights organizations. So again, if you're a journalist, a researcher, or a party with legitimate interest, this person is actually allowing you to get access to this information. I don't know what the legalities for this individual are. I don't even know if, I generally have to believe with them leaking this information out, this is huge. There is no way the TSA or any Homeland Security organization in the U.S. is going to let this run by. But of course, this is a story of how one of the most secretive documents in the United States, one of the most important documents when it comes to the safeguarding of the country and making sure that the right people or the wrong people, in the eyes of the government, of course, can access U.S. airspace. That ended up being leaked through a company that ended up having one of the most insecure servers hanging out for the world. So, for a lot of people watching, yes, this is in fact one of the wildest hacks of 2023. And remember, the year just started. We're in the first month, and the TSA no-fly list has actually been leaked out in quite possibly the most laughable way I've ever seen. This didn't involve an individual going through, 9 proxies and breaching through some of the most hardened servers in the U.S. federal system. No, it really took this person search engineing, looking through servers exposed to the internet, build servers, automation servers, and within a day, they found out one of the most secretive documents to exist. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is no bigger cause for concern for some of these companies in making sure their cybersecurity practices are up to date and stuff, I don't know what is. This is me, Mutahar, and hopefully you all learned something. Hopefully you had a laugh. And, if you're wondering, man, why can't I fly through the United States? Am I on the no-fly list? Probably already know it, obviously. You've ever been hassled at the airport pretty heavily. But, yeah, that one document's been leaked in the wildest ways I've ever seen. This is insane. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. This is me, Mutahar, and I.
I've had a lot of people ask me, well, you've been a profile for over 2 decades. Haven't you ever profiled
Welcome to the hub.
And the answer is yes, I have, and I've done it a long time
Which
ago.
quest would you
and
like?
this is the guy I came up with, Jacob Levy. Now, before I get started, and as to why I believe it's Jacob Levy and what evidence supports that, and all the things that have been going on around Jacob Levy recently, I would like to please invite you to like this channel, please. Do subscribe to it. Subscribe, share in your true crime community.
Come back
Hit that
anytime.
bell so that you get notifications. Subscribing is very important to keep this channel going. And if you'd like to do a little more, I have a Patreon account, and below is a link to that. And if you join Patreon, you can be in all of my live shows, the chat rooms in my live shows. I do at least 8 live shows a month. That includes case shows. It includes hangouts where I do a lot of news and unusual topics. And I also have call-ins. And so anybody who's one of my patrons can join in those things. And we have a wonderful community because of that. And you can also support the channel by buying a book or clicking on the little dollar sign and giving a one-time donation to the channel. Anyway, that's that. Always have to do that in the beginning just to keep the channel alive. All right, so let's get to Jack the Ripper. Now, first thing I want to say about how I'm going to do this show is if you're here to learn about Jack the Ripper and all his crimes and all those details, you're at the wrong place because I'm not going to do that because I don't have the energy to do that. So I'm going to recommend other places to go. One of the top places is Jack the Ripper casebook files, and I'll also link that below. You can go there and you can get tons of information about each one of the victims and all the suspects and just massive amount of information. And so that's available right online. I highly recommend that. And so if you don't know anything, just stop the video right now, leave, go learn a little bit more about Jack the Ripper, and then come back. On the other hand, if you're a person who's spent years being a ripperologist yourself, you don't need much more information than you already have in your head. But I also do want to recommend Stephen Keel. He is, let me find his thing here. He's done this. He's doing a whole series. Stephen Keel is he's a retired Scotland Yard detective. He is doing a thing on Jack the Ripper and the Whitechapel murder.
Easy.
And the first one I have linked below is called "Which Crimes Did He Actually Commit?" And so what he does is he describes all of London at the time, and he talks about each one of the murders and what all the details are, all the postmortems are.
Nice to meet you. I needed that.
Determines his own expertise, which crimes he thinks Jack actually committed. And then he's going to do, apparently he's going to do some more videos after this, and I think it's going to be excellent. And so you'll be wanting to check to see what new videos he still have coming out. And he's writing a book. He's writing a book that's going to be how Scotland Yard present day would handle these murders. And I think that's going to be a really interesting book. Also want to point out, he's a lot of fun to listen to. He's just very personable, really great guy. So that's another place you can stop this video and go watch his thing about who all the victims were, so you'll understand things better. So I think that's really important. To know that before I go into why Jacob Levy, I believe, is the top suspect in Jack the Ripper. Okay, now I just want to point out a couple of the other suspects that are out there.
Gray sword, insectly,
And you can see there's a whole bunch of them. And people are mostly interested in the ones that are like the prints up there on the left corner. It's like, oh, you know, I think he did it. It was Carol who wrote Alice in Wonderland.
You're my best pal.
Targeting you!
He's got his eyes on you!
You know, they like fascinating characters and not regular people. And one of the problems with Jacob Levy is he was a regular dude. He was a regular guy. Very regular guy. And he's not as interesting a suspect as, say, how about this guy? Third row down to the right. Now, that was Patricia Cornwell. She's the mystery writer. She wrote a book on him called Ripper, The Secret Life of Walter Sickert. And she tried to make a case for why Sickert, his artist, was Jack the Ripper. She writes good mystery stories. I'm sorry, Patricia Cornwell. I don't know how you came up with him as a suspect. And how you think what you found important thing is something. I just thought it was really out there, but you know, it was more exciting than who was Butcher. So he's not exciting. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about why many people have heard that I profiled Jack the Ripper as the Jacob Levy over 10 years ago. And you might be going, really? You did?
oh shit.
All right,
I needed that.
And this, by the way, is a sort of a little picture.
You're gonna be fine. We'll be there.
Down the way. Yeah. Okay. I like these little artist renditions. Kind of fun. So one of my patrons said to me, because we're going to have a patron call-in where people are going to say who they think Jack the Ripper is, what evidence they think supports their suspect. And I was going to do that before I did this show. But now I'm going to do it after. After everybody sees this show, if you're a patron, you can call in and part of my
very kind of you.
Jack the Ripper. And then, of course, everything I do always is public to everyone. So no worries. You still see the call show. But he mentioned that he thought it might be Jacob Levy. And then he said this recent information that came out on Jacob, this recent book, on Jacob Levy. And I was kind of shocked. Is that what I said? And the reason I'm shocked is because many years ago, 2009, it's really the only information Jacob Levy was from. And they put this whole suspect. All the suspects you just saw me put up on the screen. You can click on any one of them and it tells you basic information about this suspect. Well, Jacob Levy's been up there, and there's a bit of information about him, but he's not, as I said, popular at all. Almost nobody ever discussed Jacob Levy. And so that was pretty much when I came into the picture to analyze this case. I looked at that site, I saw all the different suspects, I ran across Jacob Levy, caught my attention, although nobody else seemed interested. And also, I referenced this book a lot. This is a very famous book. I'm not sure you pronounce his name. And I mean, I've got writing all over this book. And I went through this whole thing to learn in depth about Jack the Ripper and all the suspects and victims. And after I profiled it, my conclusion was Jacob Levy.
This is for my fellow hunters!
Still say, well, I can't remember you ever doing
Well,
much. So anyway, my patron says, oh, you know, so I saw this. I'm sorry, that's not what I wanted to show you. I saw, where is it? Oh, there it is, okay. Let me go here. Yeah. Okay, so we're on YouTube. There's a talk here. It's called Jacob the Ripper. Her name is, the author is Tracy Hyanson. And, I'm not quite sure how she pronounces the name. And there's an hour-long show, and a lot of things that were said there were the things I had said previously, and I'm like, something's got to say. And then I found this book, which I bought. And I want to recommend this book, by the way. And so, regardless of
I needed that.
She came up with the idea that Jacob was the Ripper. The book is excellent in the sense of, not that it's got so much new information about profiling of Jacob and Jack the Ripper, but she did a tremendous amount of research into his history. She's got all these records, the birth records, of where all his family lives, and all this in detail to support the fact that where he lived in the area and all the things that could connect him to that area and what happened. So I do recommend the book. But I was like, this came out in 2020. And when I'm reading the book, it's like, and when I listen to the show, they're like, oh, where did you come up with this idea, Tracy, for Jacob Lee? Because, nobody else has ever talked about him. And she's like, yeah, well, I've been thinking about it. And I'm like, this is for you. Because, yeah, I think I was the first person to actually profile Jack the Ripper as being Jacob Levy, but apparently that's gone into the wind. And let me point out where I did it. So anyway, you can see this is Jack the Ripper. This is Mystery Files. You can see National Geographic. There's National Geographic Mystery Files. If you look at the quote stars down there, you see Pat Brown is there. So I did this show, and this is the Mystery Files. This was actually it was actually produced in June 2009. That's when I went to London. And you see that part on the right side where it's the commentary talking head? Yeah, that's me. And there I am. And then you can see this was written right after I did the show. First finger pointed to Jacob Lee during the 2010 episode of Amazon Prime. It wasn't Amazon Prime.
Get ready!
I thought it was Discovery, but it was National Geographic. But it was called Mystery Files. It all depends who picks up the show. But it's now it's listed on Amazon Prime, although it's not available. So her finger pointed to Jacob Levy during the 2010 episode of Amazon Prime show, National Geographic Mystery Files, because he fit the exact profile known to police before they discarded him as a suspect. So that was when I did the show in 2010. And here you have, these are some shots from the show. I'm analyzing the victims there. Now I'm out on the street analyzing the crime scenes. And here I'm supposed to be Mary Kelly's analyzing what happened and how she was murdered. So that's there you have it. That was in 2010. And so I'm not trying to take anything away from the book. The book is really good. I'm listening below. The book is excellent. All the information that she dug up. But a lot of some of the things she says about why it's Jacob Levy is what I've said 10 years ago. It's basically the same things. I'm not saying she couldn't have thought of this independently, but I'm just pointing out, yes, I did do this 10 years ago. It's just one of these interesting things in the world of, the world of anything that you go and you talk about, you discover or you analyze. You never know what's going to happen. I also did the show, the series of Cleopatra that was for Discovery Channel. Cleopatra, that's one of my favorite things I ever did. And I got rid of one of the things I did was get rid of the snake. In 2,000 years, every historian has written that the snake was what killed Cleopatra. And I came in and I said, on that show, absolutely not. The snake could not have killed her. I gave all the evidence.
You're gonna be fine.
Also wrote about it in the book. And ever since then, the historians have gotten rid of the snake. But I've not in any footnotes. Some reason I ran out of all the footnotes and all the bibliography. I don't know. And so people are saying, I've discovered this. I've discovered that. Wait a minute. When you do academic work and you're trying to do academic you're always supposed to point out where you got your information from, whether it be a book or a show. And you take a look at and here, I have all the notes on every chapter, and I have go back here. My bibliography, and say, I've got a massive bibliography in this book, and anybody I got information from or ideas from is listed in my footnotes and in my bibliography. We can always get information from someplace, and then we can do our own take on it, and we can always add to it, but we should always say where we got the ideas from. And I just find it kind of interesting that somebody has been studying Jacob for all these years. I don't know. I looked at the bibliography in the back of the book, and I see the Jack the Ripper source book, which is on that, and and some forums, Facebook, but I don't see the show on there.
Here comes the pain.
So I just found that it was kind of stunning to me. So much, whoa, no, Jacob is
Mine
this is
now.
not the first person to think Jacob Levy is the guy. I've been here for 10 years. No,
Very kind of that.
and I've already done it. However,
Very kind of you.
maybe it's snarky. I'll say mine is really snarky about that.
Hang in there.
It is a little
Very
upsetting
kind of
sometimes
you.
when you work really hard to put out information. And it wasn't, let me put this
Coming
out.
for you.
It wasn't a popular thing. When I did Mystery Files and said I believe it was Jacob Levy, it wasn't well accepted, and nobody was talking about it because they didn't like him because he wasn't interesting enough. And so he just goes by the wayside. And I don't know, Tracy might be having the same problem with her book, because people may be saying the same thing about her book. Well, it's not Jacob Levy. It's going to be the Prince. It's going to be Walter Sickert. This can't be this little butcher dude. And they toss it aside. So I do commend her for going forward with the book and putting more information out there, because I think we ought to really push Jacob Levy. But I want to say, yes, I profiled Jacob Levy in 2009. So anyway, why Jacob Levy? What about this guy? All right, so now let's see. Where are we?
Feel better now?
All right, I want to say a little bit something about London before we go forth. And Stephen Keogh has a really good segment in his whole thing about the Whitechapel area of London and how crappy it was at the time. It was really a very poor area, a lot of like houses, boarding houses that people moving houses where people had very little money to stay in, and he had some really horrible pictures and stuff of people like hanging on a rope, like paid for a place to hang your body over a rope, because that's how pitiful it was. And you have workhouses where you work 14 hours a day just so you can get a bed and some food. It's a really miserable life there for many people. And the women of that area, some had legit jobs, shall we say, as cleaning women, or they worked in the workhouses. But some women who were widows, or just fed up with working in the workhouse and said, 14 hours a day of this torture, can't do it anymore. Prostitution. And so they were big part of
needed very kind of you.
because they were on the street.
You shouldn't have tipped me off.
And one thing, one reason that is really important to them is that, hey, the reason. But there's something else I really want to point out too, and this is, I think Steve says somewhere along the way that if there are witnesses, this particular, he believes he saw this particular person, and maybe it was 30 minutes before the crime went down. And so therefore, it must be the guy that's
Gonna be fun.
And I'm thinking to myself,
I needed that.
these women didn't charge a lot, because most of Jack the Ripper's victims were kind of middle-aged, and they were kind of frumpy. They were frumpy and not very attractive, and their stomachs hung down. They couldn't charge much. Let's just face it. They could not charge much. So consequently, they didn't get the greatest of Johns either, you know what I mean? So their clients
Gonna be good.
Taste of this.
most likely not a gentleman. So this is why one
Nice,
reason I
not
don't
good
believe
at this.
Jack Ripper is a gentleman. I believe he's a leading type. He's a local guy, local worker, doesn't have that much money to kill either.
It's coming for you.
So that's the clientele I believe that a lot of these women have who Jack the Ripper killed, because they didn't charge much.
Very kind of
And
you.
because they're not charging much, because I'm spending time with them in a lovely home, and she's not going to his lovely home and spending an hour or 2 hours there. That's not happening. What's happening is they're going into an alley or into a dark courtyard, and it's going to happen. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen in like less than 5 minutes. She's not going to take her clothes off. She might pick them up, in some fashion. Or he may take something down in some fashion. She may be on her knees. She may be standing. She might have to lay down for a sec on the ground. It's going to be short. It's going to be real quick, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. And then the thing is, once it's done, nobody's going to lay around at 2 o'clock in the morning on the ground. They're just going to go off. That's it. They're not going to have a conversation. Like, let's chat now. Now that we finished having sex, let's have a cigarette and chat. That's not happening. So even if somebody saw when these women were gone, 30 minutes prior, to her being
Here
murdered
comes the
doesn't mean
pain.
it's actually the guy that killed him. He could have done it and walked away. And then some other
This
guy
is for my
comes and
fellow
says,
hunters.
whatever. How many cents you're going to charge? Because, again, it's only going to be
You'll
5
fail
minutes,
me
and she
now.
needs as much money as she can get. So some of these women will, they'll have sex like that
We'll get
with,
through this
with a whole bunch of
together.
guys in a row. It's not like it's, she did one guy and another hour goes by. No. She might do 3 guys in 30 minutes. So you can't necessarily believe that the last guy with one of the victims
Sweet.
is the guy that killed her. So you have to be very careful not to go there and totally believe that. Second problem with witnesses. Who's out at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning? The witnesses aren't in the greatest of shape either. So some of them might be on the way to work, or they might be out prostituting themselves.
I needed that.
They might be one of
I
the
need a
Johns who's
breather.
out there. And it might be somebody who, well, let's face it, a lot of the prostitutes that got killed were drunk off their butts. So why wouldn't the Johns be drunk off their butts? And half the guys on the street be drunk after hitting a pub and chucking down a whole bunch of liquor. So you got a drunk guy staggering down the road, and in the dark he sees some prostitute leaning up against some dude, and he suddenly knows exactly what she looked like or what the guy looked like. I'm going to say maybe not. I don't think necessarily that the witnesses are trustworthy. So witnesses are bad in general, but when you have witnesses in the dark who have their own issues and perhaps are highly intoxicated, I don't think we necessarily can believe that they saw what they think they saw or who they saw. So I want to point that out because that makes me have a little bit more leeway in a lot of what the claims are on who saw whom. All right. Now I want to talk about the victims and who they are. Now this is a set of 7 women. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is 7. Not all of these are considered Jack the Ripper victims. So what let's see, who did they? This is who the generally accepted. They call them, I don't know how it's pronounced, canonical victims. And so these are the 5 most accepted victims: Marianne Nichols, Anne Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Edo, and Mary Jane Kelly. So the ones they're leaving out. This group are Martha Taper and Emma Smith.
Very kind of you.
Let me see if I got that right. Yeah. Martha Taper and
I
Emma
needed
Smith.
that. Very kind of you.
Those are the 2 they're leaving out. The other 5 are the ones that
Hope you've got
they think
insurance.
are Jack the Ripper victims. And Mary Kelly is considered the last victim of Jack the Ripper. Now, all of these women were brutally killed.
Mine now.
But there's a couple of differences. Emma Smith, it just really seemed, I agree, and also Steve Keogh doesn't think Emma Smith is one of them. I think he's got some information here. This is his list. He has this on his site. He'll explain it much more thoroughly than I'm going to. But he's done this. This is what he said. Elements for similar effect to evidence. What he's basically saying is if you want to link crimes, you've got to have enough things that are similar to the crime to say that the same guy did them. I always point out the problem with a lot of serial homicides is there's only so many ways to kill a person. Strangling, stabbing, bludgeoning. Only so many ways. And then whether they rape or don't rape, most of the time they do. Jack did not. So you're looking at what is similar enough about these crimes to make you think they're wrong. And if it's not enough similar stuff, then maybe it's not him. Doesn't mean it isn't, but there's reasons it could be him. There's also a possibility that it can be a copycat, or there can be somebody who commits a similar crime, not a copycat, but just was there and got mad at somebody and stabbed them and say, oh, it's Jack. So he has these, so we have the 7 here that were on that. This is the picture of them. So let's start with Emma Smith that's in the middle top. And what Steve says, he doesn't think Emma Smith is one of them. And what he's looking at is these 5 issues. Whether it's broken cut, whether it's stealth, post-mortem injuries, a stab in the vagina, whether the parts were removed. And I want you to go to his site and get the full details. I'm only just going to use this so I can tell you what I think myself and why I think it matches my suspect chick. Okay, so
Mine now.
Emma Smith, we both agree, probably isn't. Only thing, there's just really just she was stabbed in, oddly enough, in the vagina, but you know, it was just kind of a one-timer thing, and not that much else was done. So nothing that particularly links her to Jack the Ripper. And the other one in the middle is Martha Tabram, which he does believe is one of the Jack the Ripper crimes, although if you look over here, this is not an accepted one. Totally accepted one, but it doesn't mean she wasn't one of his crimes. And the reason that you can see where it's green, it means that happened. If it's yellow, it's sort of, and the red is didn't happen at all. Well, somebody snuck up on Martha stealthily and stabbed her a whole heck of a lot. Let me see how many times they stabbed her. This is Martha Tabram. She had all these wounds. She was stabbed at 5:30 a.m. And she got 5 wounds to the left lung, the right lung, the heart, the liver, the spleen, the stomach. Somebody
baby.
just stab. Okay,
I'll be taking this.
but that's all that happened. Steve thinks that she is one of his...
Gonna need some of this.
One of the people that killed her, one of the victims of Jack the Ripper. I don't think so much. I especially don't think so because it was 5:30 in the morning. It's so late in the morning. People are on their way to work, and I think Jack is not out there at that time. I think by that time when the light's coming up, he don't want to take that kind of chance. I don't think that was him.
Very kind of you.
So I tend to disagree on that. And then the rest of them, which is the Annie Chapman, okay, he does not think Elizabeth Stride is one of the victims. She had her throat was cut, but the claim on Elizabeth Stride, let me throw you on this thing, is that her throat was cut. You see the green there, but nothing else happened along the way. No stealth. Well, I disagree with the stealth a little bit, but nothing else happened to her except pretty much she got her throat cut. But the theory is, this is some theory, that Jack the Ripper was interrupted. He was about to do it, and as he started to do it, he heard something spooked him, and he ran. I tend to think that may be what happened. So I have not eliminated her as a suspect because right down after that, just a couple hours, I forgot how much time later, but the woman below, Catherine Eddowes, she was killed by Jack the Ripper, no question. Green across the board. So if we look with her, you can see Elizabeth Stride is over to the right. Catherine Eddowes is to the left. So you see that space in between, as if he tried one place and then he kept going and then tried another, which, by the way, was closer to where Jacob Levy lived. So he might have been going home that direction, and I'll explain that later. Then I'm going to do a whole thing about Jacob Levy, but I just want to do some just about the victims first. So I personally think Elizabeth Stride may well be one of the victims. I think it was an interrupt thing and then he went on and did Catherine Eddowes. Now, the last one is Mary Kelly. She's the one in this picture down the bottom right. She was highly brutalized in where she lived in her boarding house. Some guy went in there with her, and that was the most gruesome crime of all of these crimes. She was cut up in every way possible, and everything was taken out of her, middle of her body, and then her heart went missing too. So, and that is believed by many to be the last crime of Jack the Ripper. And one of the beliefs is that after he did that, he either got sick, and Jacob Kelly did after that end up in an institution, or he just after that there was nothing more fun to do because he'd done max, but I don't buy that. However, Steve definitely thinks that she is one of the victims, and I am, and also the woman who wrote the book, Jacob the Ripper, she also believes Mary Kelly is one of his victims. I do not. I have always stood by, I do not believe at all that Jack the Ripper killed Mary Kelly, and I will thoroughly explain that in a bit, but one of the things, when you talk about Mary Jane Kelly, yes, all horrible things were done to her, but it was such overkill. And it was also an inside crime, not an outside crime. And the stealth part really was not there because this guy was seen walking down, the guy who went into their home with her was walking down the road, just walking. And then he got seen by somebody else, and the other guy got in his face, like, because he was stalking Mary Jane. he liked Mary Jane. And so when he saw this other guy with her, he started following them. And he looked at this guy, got right in his face and looked at him. And the guy knew he was there. He knew he'd been seen. And then he just goes in and kills Mary Jane Kelly. And that's Jack the Ripper. I don't buy it. And so I will thoroughly explain that to you in a bit. Okay, so my Jack the Ripper people are this. Polly Nichols, Amy Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes. I only have 4. Just a minute, let me check out that we did that one. I have 4.
personal,
You
buddy.
have 5 of them.
Need a
So
hand?
for me, I take out
Hey, you're
Mary
here.
Jane Kelly and leave the other 4. All right, so now let's get on to our friend, Jacob Levy. I'm going to do this in 2 ways. So, first, what I'm going to do is just want to read you some of the things from the television show because you can't access it anymore. And then what I want to do is I will read you from the actual questions that were asked of me by the producers that never made it into the show. Because that, I think, gives you a lot more detail and information about what I think happened and why. So I'm going to give you the short version from the show, and then I'm going to give you the more thorough version about Jacob Levy and what about this guy, right? All right, so from the show, basically it says that they're looking at all the suspects, and it says now Jacob Levy was a butcher, and he was a Jewish tradesman. By the way, sometimes the information you hear from the narrator is actually me, but they took my information and made it theirs. That's what happens in TV. So Jacob Levy was a butcher, and he was a Jewish tradesman. And then the narrator says, Jacob matches Pat Brown's profile for Ripper's race and profession. But he also gets with another trade of police used to solve modern crime. Geo-profiling techniques predict that the killer lived within the circle of murders. Jacob Levy lived on Fieldgate Street, then moved to a butcher's premises on Middlesex Street. Both are in the Ripper's killing grounds. And I do recommend the book on Jacob the Ripper for that, because she has got fabulous maps and just really great maps. Detailing all the places that he was, and you can really see exactly how he could have accessed all the victims. Because he was part of the butcher community there, and he was also, this is another very important point, he was seen in that area a lot. People went to his shop, he walked down the street. He also went to prostitutes, because he got syphilis, so he saw prostitutes, and his wife used to say that he wandered around all night long. I bet just wandered. So he probably was being known by prostitutes in the community. So often what happens with prostitutes, they're often killed by one of their jobs that they know very well. So here's what happens. Let's say, I'm going to move this to modern day so you can understand this. Okay, so let's say Candy and Mary and Susie are on the corner together. Candy, Mary, and Susie. And they're chit-chatting, and up comes Jacob. Modern day Jacob. Pulls up in a car. And he says, hey, girl, how you doing? And they're like, hey, Jacob, because they've seen Jacob before. And he goes, hey, Susie, you want to go with me? Susie's like, cool. So Susie jumps in his car. They go away. He pays her. They have sex. He brings her back, drops her back off, says, bye. Susie says bye. Susie comes in, and they all say, hey, how's Jacob doing? Hey, it's Jacob.
This is for my fellow.
Next time they're on the corner, here he comes again. And one of the other girls gets in the car. And she goes off, and she comes back. And everything, this goes on. Maybe he's hired these girls 4 or 5 times. Nothing has ever happened to them. So one day, he comes down the street, and he sees Candy there. But this time, her friends are with her. Candy is alone. He says, come on, Candy. Candy jumps in his car. No witnesses. He goes down away with her, rapes and murders her, brutalizes her, dumps her on a field someplace, and disappears. And now, when the police come around and start asking all the girls, who do you think did it? And they ask them about the different jobs they have. They say, well, yeah, we know who that Jacob dude was, but, he's never heard any of us. Well, he hadn't heard any of them because that's the pattern. He set up a pattern of being safe. And he never hurt them when other people saw those girls get in his car. But the one time Candy was alone, and nobody was there as a witness, that's when he jumped on it. And then he killed her, and nobody suspects him. So now we have Jacob Levy, many, many years ago in London. Again, he's on the street. People seen him walking up and down the street. he's never hurt them before. They know who he is. So then if he goes up to him, he might have been with these girls before. He's like, hey, Annie Chapman. Okay, Annie, hey, how many pence, this time? She tells him they go into an alley or into the courtyard. They have quick sex. They go on their way. She sees him. She's done that 1, 2, 3 times. She sees him that night. He says, hey, about it. She says, no problem. They walk into the little courtyard. She's dead. That's how it works. So I want you to understand how being part of the area is a way that people don't suspect you to have done anything. All right, going on further. And by the way, geoprofiling technique, you understand an area that somebody works in, that they're comfortable with. Because if you're going to be killing women, you really have to know where the police are. Where the constables are. You've got to know how often people come out of that pub. You have to know who comes down out of that factory, who goes to that factory. You really want to know your area. So when you go into that courtyard, you don't get caught. If you're in pull somebody, go in any place, little dark place, you don't want to get caught. Even if it only takes you 5 or 10 minutes, you still don't want to get caught. So the more you know the place, the better you can do it. I don't think the prince has a clue, or Walter Sickert. So, yeah, I'm going to say local dude. All right. Then it goes on here, where I say Pat Brown. If you have a butcher shop and a key to it, you can slip right back through the streets, right under Middlesex, which is right in the middle of these crimes, and slip into your butcher shop. You can hide your little treasures in the butcher shop and then wash up and go straight home. All right, so you have a shop even there.
Once
and you're a butcher, you sometimes have blood on you when you're wearing an apron.
I needed that.
Nobody's going to pay attention to that. So when you chop somebody open, you just put this, you put your knife away and you take their parts and wrap it up in something or whatever you do with it, and you go back to your butcher shop. You can unload those parts in the butcher shop before you go home to your wife. You put them, at the kidney section. Maybe those are calf kidneys, but here's a lady kidney. I'm a lady, down the block. And maybe I don't know what you do with it. Maybe you just like looking at it. Maybe you want to cook it up, have it for dinner. Maybe you want to sell it to somebody else and think, they're eating that part. I don't know what Jack did with his little parts, but he had a butcher shop to roll into with a key where he could slip in there, he could wash up. By the time he goes home, he doesn't have blood on him. So again, living in the area, having a butcher shop is very, very useful. Also, butchers
waiting for
carry
you.
chalk around. They don't carry chalk around, but they use chalk to write on boards and stuff. So the thing that was written on the wall that was in chalk, that is a tool the butcher could easily have with him. Not unusual for him to have some chalk. All right, so now, then the narrator says, an analysis of a statement given by his wife suggests his mind is in a disturbed state. I say, yes, his wife did say that. Yes, I'm having problems with him. He was failing in business. He wasn't doing his job anymore. He was wandering all over the streets all night long. I don't know where he is. And so, now, as a little aside here in a minute. So anyway, she's wanted all of this. He's got mental problems. He's been in a mental institution already. The brother committed suicide. He had issues. He managed to get married and have a bunch of kids, but he had issues. And since he had syphilis, he also had prostitutes, shall we say. Now, there was a fellow, his name is, if I get this straight, no, sorry, this one. Donald Rumble. I believe, I'm trying to think of you, hold on a second. That was not what I'm looking for. But anyway, let me go on. So one of the things that happened, if you remember this picture,
I'm gonna crush you.
This picture back here, this is a picture of him being seen by a bunch of men. 3 men, sorry, by 3 men. 3 men saw him, and the police asked him about who they saw. And so apparently Joseph Levi was one of the 3 men who saw Evelyn. That's the thing. We can't be sure that guy was actually her murderer, because unless she was killed within 30 seconds, we don't know. Because it could have been somebody who came right after that guy. But anyway, Joseph Levi appeared very unhelpful. He said he couldn't identify him. But whenever he was spoken to, he almost gave the person a lot more than he actually said. So, what I say is pretty interesting. near each other. And Joseph Levy's butcher shop was only 55 meters from the suspects. Joseph kept very quiet, but he did give the police one intriguing piece of information and now seems to point the finger at his colleague. Jacob Levy was 5'3", and the victim, Eddowes, was 5 foot. And Joseph estimated the difference was 3 inches. That was given by the other eyewitnesses. But then again, you never know how good that really was. But and something, by the way, I believe in the book of Jacob, the Ripper, she I think finds out that he actually is a relative as well. So that's kind of interesting information. But my conclusion is that Jacob Levy was gender as much of a conclusion as I can make, and committed 4 outside crimes. I'm fairly sure about that. All the evidence does support this more than anybody else out there. And then the narrator says, well, Snoop has perfect motive to get attracted to this from prostitutes. Well, that's not necessarily the motive. The motive, he might have attracted to was the anger of the prostitutes giving it to him, but it also could be that he just hated everything. And the women were something that he could destroy. Because his life was destroyed, he hated everything was bugged out. So he wanted to destroy something else. So psychopaths, serial killers, very hard to pin down their supposed reason, the motive. Even they may not know what their motive really is. They'll tell you something because it's true. Let's see. Okay, so the Jacobs death certificate does confirm he died of syphilis. And he died just 2 years after the Ripper killings. And he was having all kinds of strange symptoms, psychosis from late-stage syphilis. And syphilis could be the reason why the 4th prostitute became Jack Ripper's last victim, because the disease would eventually rob him of the ability to carry out well-orchestrated attacks. So that's possible. That maybe he just got so crazy he couldn't function. So if it was taking over, it maybe by the time he got to Eddowes, he just it was not. I think I'm trying to think of Mary Kelly was another month, 2 months later. So it may just be that was the last one he did before he couldn't function anymore. But others will disagree and say, no, he still killed, whoever it was still killed Mary Kelly. And I said here, so the issue about the, hold on a second. I want to go back here to the, the words that supposedly the Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. The Jews was spelled weird, but the words were written in white chalk. And below, this was the graffiti that was famous. The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. Nothing. The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. The Jews was spelled weird, but the words were written in white chalk. And below, this was the graffiti that was famous.
All done. See ya.
the Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. And below the graffiti was part of Edo's bloodstained apron, which suggested to crime historian Donald Rumbelow that the note was written by Jack the Ripper. Here it says, but Criminal Profile Pat Brown had a slightly altered take on the meaning behind the message after she noted on the night of the killing, it was near to the crime scene, a Jewish socialist event was being held. At that time in Whitechapel, there was a lot of anti-Semitic feeling, and she believed the killer might have attended the meeting. He was Jewish himself, and as I point out, while Jack the Ripper may have been Jewish, it had nothing to do with him being Jewish, just he happened to be, if that was him. So I'm saying here, if he was there at this meeting with other tradesmen, he might have still had that in his head that there was all this anti-Semitic stuff going around. And so he's got this rage, and he wants to tell society about it. He thinks everybody blames me for everything. They're blaming me for nothing. So he goes to write that on the wall because he did feel blamed. He had been in prison once for, I forgot what he did to this other butcher, but he got in prison for that. And he thinks he's, as a lot of serial killers do and psychopaths, they think they're innocent of ever doing anything wrong, and everybody else is at fault. So for him to think everybody blames me for everything, and they're blaming me for nothing, I think could be in his head. And then when he goes to write this down, he doesn't necessarily write it down in a clear fashion. The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. Maybe it's just his cognitive skills weren't that great, and he's writing on a wall, and he's got rage, and he doesn't write a clear sentence. So I don't know that. A lot of people think that the graffiti was about a person who hated Jews, and they're claiming, the Jews are men will not be blamed for nothing. They're being blamed for something for sure. This is an anti-Semitic type of graffiti. But then again, maybe it really was Jacob Levy just writing when he was there. After he finished his crime, he just scrawled that on the wall with his butcher chalk, and he didn't really write it clearly. Because sometimes they don't, especially if they got a little psychosis going on. If you've ever read some of the writings of people who are highly schizophrenic, they make no sense whatsoever. I mean, they're just all kinds of jumbled stuff. And so, what do they call that? Word salad. And that may be. He could have just written that and not written it well. So that's a possibility for the graffiti, and why Jacob Levy might have written the graffiti on the wall. But that's the short version. All right, so now if you're still with me, I'll give you the longer version about why Jacob Levy. All right. One of the things that they asked me about was criminal profile. What is a criminal profile anyway? And I don't like a lot of criminal profiling that just makes up the stuff where, the guy's, is in his 30s, and he owns in this case, he owns a horse and cart. He owns a knife collection. He works in the building trades, just make up stuff, which you don't have evidence for. So I can't look at the crime scene and tell you the guy is one specific thing. I can't do that. But I can start developing ideas of what this guy might behave like in the rest of his life, because you do not act differently on a crime scene than you act in the rest of life. People wonder about that when I say that, but I'm still Pat Brown. If I don't commit a crime, I'm still Pat Brown. So I'm not a super neat person, and I'm not real particular. And so if I commit a crime, it's going to be sloppy. But somebody, people who build bombs, they're usually very, very neat people, because they have to be so meticulous in doing it. When you go to their home, they're like, everything is all in its place, because that's the way their brain works. So you do learn from the crime scene how the guy might behave in the rest of life. So I write, a criminal profile is a carefully constructed analysis based on physical and circumstantial evidence. No conclusion should be created out of the air like a psychic, but explained thoroughly and shown how the answer was developed from the evidence. If you can't explain from the evidence why you came up with that answer, then it's not worth it. Sometimes there are issues that cannot be determined, and that's why it makes it a little difficult to come to an absolute conclusion, because there's so little to determine with. Conclusions should assist the police in focusing on suspects and conducting interviews, but should not be considered proof of anyone's guilt just because the suspect matches elements of a profile. A profile is a theory and only a theory. So even for me, I believe that the evidence supports Jacob Levy as a prime suspect, maybe the prime suspect. And if I were working with the police back in the day, I'd say, you really shouldn't, you should go take a better look at Jacob Levy. Why? Because of all these reasons that I'm going to give you. And then you would hope they would listen, and then they'd focus in and to take a second and third look at Jacob Levy, trying to see if there's more evidence that will then connect him to the crimes. All right, so Dr. Bond, he was one that saw Mary Kelly's body, and they asked him to profile the crime, and it was kind of weird because he's a doctor, and they're asking if the crimes are linked, and he's not a profiler, he's a doctor. And I wrote them that Dr. Bond did not and should not profile Jack the Ripper. He really didn't profile. He does not have the background to do so. What he provided was a medical opinion of the wound, and he should not have gone past that. I'm not overly impressed with his analysis because he does not really support what he determines with any explanation. See, here's the problem again. This is what I think. Why? He doesn't tell us. He says that all 5 murders were conducted by the same person in spite of the fact he only saw Mary Kelly's body and none of the others. He surmises it is the same person because of similar knife issues. Okay, but there's only one person with one knife. And the throat was cut from left to right, which simply means, depends. First of all, when you cut a throat from left to right, if the person's face down and you're right-handed, you're going to cut like this, and from the left side to the right side. If you push the person up like this and go like that, usually I'm trying to figure out the way that goes. Yeah, it would be the other way. It would be from right to left, which is still right-handed. So a lot of it depends on exactly how the body was when you pulled the knife across the throat. So it is believed that Jack Ripper was right-handed, but because of the number of the killings. Let's see. Okay, Dr. Bond also claimed the killer did not even have the skill level of a butcher, which he does not explain why this is so. Okay. He did not see the other bodies, so I don't know how he's making that determination. But Mary Kelly, if he's only basing it on Mary Kelly's body and says the guy doesn't even have the skill of a butcher, maybe that crime was such a mess that he figured somebody was just slashing and hacking and didn't know what he was doing. So maybe he's right about Mary Kelly, and it's not Jack the Ripper. Okay, that's one thing. Here's another thing. He ignores the fact that a butcher or a medical man might act differently in cutting up a human under time pressure or mental duress. Imagine trying to cut open a woman quickly under low lighting while looking about to see if there are witnesses. The killer also had to contend with heavy skirts and underclothing, not to mention lumpy, saggy bellies of aging women and those who had born children. It's not like you got the sleek little body.
Oh my! I won't let anything bad happen to the village.
It's like when you got a body that looks like this. It's hard to get through. It's just difficult. And you're on the ground, and she's got these skirts because, they have more clothes on in those days. So, you're trying to get under the skirts and throw them off. Like they're going to do, a pristine job of chopping up people. I doubt it. It might be a bit of a mess. Finally, Dr. Bond saw Mary Kelly, and it's the only case in which the killer had privacy and more time to commit the act. So it's interesting because if he had more privacy, more time to commit the act, it should have been even more guilty. So if Dr. Bond does say that it's more skill happening, I question that guy would be going to kill Mary Kelly, not necessarily. All right. So they were asking, then always asked about Mary Kelly killed in all these extreme relations. And I said, it's such extreme relations that either simply seen a good opportunity to take it. He might have wanted to throw the victim, the police off by making this an indoor one. That could be. I don't necessarily believe any of those things are true, but it was an indoor crime and all the others were outdoors. And I'm thinking of somebody like Jacob Levy. This dude's he's got mental issues. He's out all night long. He's a butcher. I think he's in the streets, and I think he's comfortable in the streets. And I just don't think necessarily he wants to go into somebody's home and deal with the inside world there, and then who might come and knock him. I don't see him doing. I don't think Jack the Ripper, not even if it's not Jacob. I don't see Jack the Ripper doing that.
This is gonna be great.
The outside crimes were quickly accomplished. Is number 2. The outside crimes were quickly accomplished. The killer killed the woman, slit her, took an organ or two, and bolted. So he had a major purpose. He went, I believe he strangled them first, which is why there's so little blood as far as that goes. I think he strangled them, sleeper holded them, whatever, and then cut their throat, facing away from him so he didn't get totally bloody. And then he cut them open and grabbed what he could grab. And everything was below. Oh, I have this here. Hold on a second. So the killer. This happened really quickly. Mary Kelly's killer took one heck of a long time carving her up. He carved off skin. He chopped up her face. Did a lot of other carving stuff. Number 3. The killer of the first 4 women seemed primarily interested in the internal organs beneath the heart. In other words, from abdomen down. The reproductive and digestive organs. That was what he was focused on. But Mary's killer seemed to remove everything, including the heart and the breasts. So Mary Kelly's breasts were cut off, and her heart was removed and supposedly taken with him. That is completely different than any other Jack the Ripper crimes. Now, some will say he escalated to going now everything above the waist as well. But I really personally think he was really focused on what he wanted, which was all below the waist. Jacob Levy got ill and died. So that could be why there were no more crimes at a certain point. All right. Looking at the locations of the murders, can we make any assumption about where our killer likely lived? All right. Now, again, I'm going to point to, I'm going to give her credit. I really do like her book. I do. So I really just don't want everybody to think I'm a hater on, on the book she did. Because, oops, that's not it. That's Madeline McCann. Where'd it go? Where'd the book go? Oh, there it is. Is this it? Yeah. Jacob the Ripper. She goes into all the locations that he lived in such great detail. And I appreciate anything that supports the fact that Jacob might indeed be Jack the Ripper. And I was not willing to do all that. So I'm glad when somebody else does that kind of work, because I'm a profiler. I'm not really a historian, and I want to get into massive details on, studying every birth certificate and every death certificate and maps and all that stuff. I did a lot of that for my book on Cleopatra. That's probably the hardest book I've ever written, and I worked incredible amount of hours on it, and I never want to have to do that again. I'm proud of my one book. That's it. So I appreciate somebody else doing it. But this is what I wrote. Where does the killer live? I believe the killer lived within the circle and fairly near to the center. Marianne Nichols, I believe, was the first murder. That's Polly Nichols, and was likely selected because she was available when the killer left the London hospital, where he likely was for treatment. So actually, I'm hoping I have this right, because I haven't read, this is from 10 years ago, so I hope I didn't screw something up 10 years ago. But, Levy had to get treatment, and so she was near a hospital, and the London hospital, so you just wonder, what serial killers tend to do is kill where they live or where they work, somewhere in the vicinity that they're comfortable with and that they're going through. As a victim, she is too far away from the center of the circle for a marauding killer to go search for. In other words, usually he's not going to say, I want to get a new victim, let me go halfway across town. It's just too much work. And was likely killed because of opportunity. Killers often kill leaving work or a relative's house or places of entertainment or hobby and then simply go home. So, in other words, they kill and then they keep going to their house. They do have to be fairly familiar with the area in the sense of being comfortable if they're going to kill the victim. So, there has to be some level of comfort. Stride, I believe, was attacked because the killer was at the meeting in the educational club. If Jack had gotten treatment, if Jack had gotten treatment at the hospital for syphilis and was in an angry mood when he left, Nichols might have been a target. If Jack left the meeting riled up because Jews were getting a raw deal, especially those in the trade like Jack likely was, then Nichols would have been that opportunity. However, Jack had progressed in his assault since Nichols, and he wanted to complete his internal organ removal of Stride, but he must have been interrupted, if you believe Stride is one of them. And then he goes on to Eddowes and completes his task. Chapman may have been a choice Jack made from, maybe he did maraud a little bit from his home, but maybe he had a reason to be in that area, and I think that's more likely. The other possible, and again, I think the book might have where all his people lived, where all his Jacob Levy's contacts were, like brothers, sisters, whatever whatever people around there, his mother's house. Those might be very useful because those are places he would be at. And then when he leaves, especially if they pissed him off while he was there, and then he leaves and wants to, I'm feeling in the mood to kill somebody. So then we have, do you think Mary Kelly was killed by the same man as the other 4 victims? No. I do not. I absolutely do not. This is
our last chance!
Where's my thing about, okay, hold on a second. Oh, do I have the thing on Mary Kelly? Can't find it. But Hutchinson, okay. The guy that claimed that he saw this guy, he gave very, very detailed, ridiculously detailed description, and he was stalking the woman. And Steve says, well, just because he gave a good description doesn't mean that he didn't, his description is wrong. No, it doesn't. But also doesn't mean that he described Jack the Ripper, or that he wouldn't make up something if he wanted to make up something. He's a stalker. The dude was a stalker. So I'm not going to say he's terribly trustworthy, shall we say that. Now, here was this one. Okay. There's a guy by the name of Rumbelow.
Easy peasy.
He's a ripperologist. I believe he gives tours in London. And I think this is the guy, and I feel was kind of terrible. What happened was that Mystery Files people called me up and they wanted me to profile the crime and support the suspect of Rumbelow. I think his last name is Rumbelow. Rumbelow thought a guy named Timothy Donovan was the Ripper. Timothy Donovan ran one of the houses that the women lived in.
We can rest easy for now.
I told them I looked into it and I couldn't support that guy. So well, you know what? That guy is exactly the wrong type of guy to commit these crimes. Why? Okay, he dealt well with women. He had enough power over them to feel manly, but also pleasant enough for them to believe he had any. He was a pleasant guy relatively, and he also, helped the women, and he also had a business, and he wasn't Jewish, and he wasn't a butcher. He had social connections, seemed to get along with others. Jack was a seriously troubled man, bitter and angry. Donovan, as far as I can see, was not. So, I don't see that this Donovan, the guy that around that, I forgot who was it? I just saw Steve saying, and I should remember it. But one of the women lived in his boarding house and rooming house, and she didn't have the money to stay. And she said, "Well, I have to go out and make the money." And he said to her, "Well, you make money, but you drank it, so maybe you just got the room." She goes, "I'll hold the room." She goes out, and then she gets murdered. So I didn't see where this was a good suspect. And I told them that. And Mr. Boss said, "I'm sorry, I'd love to do your show, but I cannot support this suspect. I can't see it, so I can't do it." And then they asked me for my profile. I profiled Jacob Levy. I gave all the reasons, and they switched him out for me. And I went to London and I did the show. And I felt kind of crappy about that because, he's been a ripperologist for years and gives great tours and all these things. And he's just, people really love him. And I'm like, I feel like I stole his job from him. And it's like, but I couldn't support the Donovan character as the guy who committed the crime. I just couldn't do it. So when I looked at my best candidate, they said, "Who is the best candidate?" I said, "My best candidate is Jacob Levy. He lived inside the Circle on Fieldgate Street in Whitechapel, and he had a butcher business on Middlesex Street in Aldgate. He was a butcher, but a failing one. He was married, but his wife said he spent many nights walking the streets of London. He had syphilis, meaning he was visiting prostitutes and likely hated them for giving him the disease, which was killing him. He would likely have been receiving treatment at the time Nichols was killed. He died in an asylum in 1991, and the police closed the file on Jack that same year." Here it is. It's about what he stole. Levy also spent time in an asylum for a year from 1886 to 87 for stealing meat from his employer. While he was in the nut house, he stated that he might well do violence if released, and claimed he heard strange noises and do acts that his conscience couldn't stand, but gave him a feeling of exaltation. So, he had the personality. Goodness, he totally had the personality. And then I talked to him again about the writing on the wall on Gelston Street, I don't know how to pronounce that. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. That was written in chalk, something not everyone has in his pocket. However, butchers do use chalk in their business to write on the boards. And I pointed out why I thought he might have written the way he might have written that, if he wrote that. By the way, the Jack the Ripper letters, I agree with Steve, that's a garbage. That's just somebody trying to get attention in the media. So I don't believe that letters have anything to do with Jack the Ripper. Not from him anyway. But the writing on the wall, I'm an iffy on it. I am. It's above the apron. It's interesting. I think it could well be Jacob writing something on the wall if it's Jacob. I'm not married to that concept. I'm not. All right. So, by the way, one of the things I did was that the statement was the Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. If you just took out the word "not," because he might have accidentally written that there, the statement actually states the Jews are the men that will be blamed for nothing. People, it's kind of like a double negative, but they'll be blamed for everything. They'll be blamed for nothing, for no reason at all. The Jews will be blamed. So if you take the "not" out, it sounds like it's actually a Jew writing this, because you're saying, "Hey, I'm a Jew, and they keep blaming me for nothing. For nothing. I didn't do nothing wrong, and then they're blaming me for it." So the Jews are being blamed for nothing. That to me sounds like the guy who's writing it is Jewish. And I think the word "not" screwed things up, but I think the word "not" just might be a mistake. Okay. Let's see. Oh, to Mary Kelly. Interestingly, Kelly's residence was just over behind Levy's. At least if it's kind of hard to figure out exactly where he's living at the time. But there's a couple points on that. If Jacob Levy is Jack, and he can go a little bit from his house, before he kills somebody, because he doesn't want to be right next to his house. You don't want to shoot him in that direction.
For Kimura!
Right there. I just, again, I don't think Mary was killed by. I don't think she was killed by Jack the Ripper. George Hutchinson, that's the guy.
Bring it on!
Okay, let me point about George Hutchinson. George Hutchinson, he's the one that gave the date speech. Obviously was very jealous of Mary's attention to other men and was stalking her. I find it bizarre that he would give such a detailed description of the gentleman Mary was with before her murder, and that this man would stare George right in the face.
This is gonna be good.
Show him what
That
we're
George
made
would
of.
wait outside. Remember, he waited outside her house.
Go get ready.
45 minutes staring at the
Let's go. Get him!
That's a stalker. Why was he standing outside for 45 minutes? What for?
Hit him where it hurts.
To see when that guy would leave so he could...
They're getting serious!
Yeah, that's what I'd say. George is pretty creepy. The description of the man that Mary was with is too fine a gentleman for this kind of killer, so I just don't think it's him. I'm betting on George for Mary's death. The rage he must have felt while Mary was doing another guy would have been very deep if he was obsessed. He was an
Let's go,
obsessed stalker.
everyone!
So finally the
Attack!
man leaves and George enters. He has been seen in the square, and he knows he will become a suspect unless he makes her death look like Jack the Ripper. See? It makes much more sense. All right. So Jack the Ripper wasn't a prince or famous artist. Crime belongs to an angry, antisocial, anti-human failure of a man. It wasn't anyone worth gossiping about. So Jacob Levy fits the bill extremely well in status, failure, victim selection, residence locations, connection to crime locations, connection to the writing on the wall, and the right profession for an obsession with slicing people open and being able to do it while under duress. He'd been a butcher all of his life. His mother was a butcher too, so he really knew what he was doing. It's also important to realize that this type of killer usually strikes that something goes wrong in his life, killing as a way to get instant gratification, an ego boost, and some power and control back. Jacob had much going wrong in his life at the time of the killing. He had been arrested, tossed into mental institutions, was losing his business, was diagnosed with syphilis, and was eventually losing control of his physical health and his mental health. Things weren't good with his life either. If the detectives were aware of Levy back then and understood serial killer behavior, they could have checked to see if the murders occurred right after the major problems in his life. And how many other murders he could have committed if it was Jacob, we don't know, because there were so many murders before, so he could have worked his way up to the kind of murders that he did. Jack the Ripper, regardless of who Jack the Ripper is. Let's see, and that's it. So that's my whole thing on Jacob Levy. But when I never ever thought anybody else was a good suspect ever. So when I was asked to profile the crime for Mystery Files in 2009. I wasn't a ripperologist, and I saw that I went into doing my reading, doing my research, and I saw all these different people. And as I was reading them, I just was like, no, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. And I had a very small group at the end. But right in the middle was Jacob Levy, because everything fits Jacob Levy very well. Can I prove it? No. We will never prove it. But I would like to see Jacob Levy being taken seriously. I was very frustrated after I did this show because I thought I had very well explained why Jacob Levy was a great suspect. And because he wasn't fancy, because he wasn't famous, because he wasn't rich and he wasn't the prince, I think the Ripper world just went, and tossed him aside because he just wasn't cool enough. And for me it was, I say frustrating because, when you do the work, and you study it, and you think it's really interesting. Not so much about the credit thing. It's fascinating to me. It's fascinating. Cleopatra is the same way. A lot of my work in Cleopatra has not been acknowledged because I'm not an academic. I'm not an Egyptologist. But I really think I've got the evidence to back up my statements in my book of Cleopatra. And I'm going to do a whole video series on Cleopatra. And mostly what frustrates me is not that, I get the super pat on the back or become famous or so, I mean, I'm well known enough, but, I'm not making $1 million and I don't really care about that. But it's like, it's so interesting. I do want people to pay attention to it. So, yes, I am glad they got rid of the snake. But anyway, I can be a little upset, but, because, again, I figured it out and I think it's cool. But anyway. But I think more of her life is, Cleopatra's life is fascinating too, and I want more people to understand what she really did, because she was an amazing woman. And she was a scary woman too, but she was a brilliant queen, and I think that she did not do the things that people said she did. She didn't commit suicide. She was murdered, and she didn't try to make deals with Octavian to try to free herself. No, that's all nonsense. She's smarter than that. She was planning an escape, and it just fell apart. Unfortunately, she had bad luck, really bad luck. But anyway, do read that book, Cleopatra. It's linked below. But I'm really fascinated when I can get into something and really find evidence that I think is supportive of whatever my profile is. So, yeah, I was very disappointed when nobody even recognized Jacob Levy as a reasonable suspect. And I say now we have a new person out there in 2020. She's had her book out there, and so yes, a few more people are seeing that on YouTube, and that's fine. And again, I do recommend her book if you're really into all the details that do support Jacob Levy's where he worked, where he lived, what his connections were. That's really fascinating. I'm never going to write a book on it because I don't have the energy. But this will be my only thing on Jack the Ripper. But I do want people to know that this is who I really do think did it. I wish more people would understand that he's a good suspect. And you may disagree with me. You may think I was a better suspect. I don't know what Steve is going to come up with when eventually he's going to do his suspect. I'm really curious, Steve. So I don't know if I'll tell him about my video or not. But he watches some of mine. So if you're watching, Steve, do you think it's Jacob, or do you have somebody else in mind? Because we don't agree on the victims. Exactly. And you think Mary Kelly was a Ripper victim. So, profilers don't always agree. And he's not a profile, but he's a very excellent homicide, had years of homicide experience as a homicide detective. So, I respect him a lot for his work. But I'm going to be curious what you come up with, Steve. So. Anyway, that's going to be it for my Jack the Ripper, Jacob Levy, my guy. And if you check below in the link, if you're part of my patrons, you will be able to come to the phone in and phone in your idea. Today is about a pair of Canadian serial killers, Paul Bernardo, Carla Homolka, but it's mostly about Carla Homolka. And why did she participate in these serial homicides? Because it's very unusual to have a woman doing this kind of thing, helping out her man the way she did. And people are wondering, and it's been a big, huge argument. It was an argument at their trial. It was an argument, it's still an argument on the internet. Was she a victim or a victimizer, or was she both? Did she suffer from battered wife syndrome? Was it Stockholm syndrome? Or is she just a straight-up psychopath? And this is an argument that's been going on and on because while Paul Bernardo unfortunately was a psychopath, and he got his life in prison, so there's no problem with him. People didn't really care about him anymore. But she got 12 years. And she is now living a normal life with her husband. We're maybe separated. I'm not sure about that. I'll talk about that in a minute. And her 3 children. And under a new name, which now everybody knows. But
what's her new name? Carla Homolka. Leanne Teal. What a shitty name. Yeah, she's my 52, you holler at me, bro.
Years, and she was out and about and considered have paid her dues. So, really, really, really bizarre case of a woman involved in serial homicides. So, I'm going to not address all the issues about how the crimes went down and all the issues about the trial and all the issues about all of that, because I'm going to give you the links to go someplace else, and they're going to be below, and I recommend that you go to them. If you don't know anything about this case, I'm going to give you the Wikipedia version. So if you want to just research this case to death because you've never heard about it, stop the video, go below, and come back. Okay, let me say hello to everybody who is in the chat room right now. My goodness, it's busy. These guys are so creepy that brings everybody in. Lisa S. is here, Carrie is here, Benny is here, Ms. Leah is here, Molly's here, Heidi's here, Annika's here, I got Carolina is here. Lisa N is here. Did I say Carrie already? I think I did. Florence is here. And Joe is here. Martin is here. I believe Annie Haley is here. I know that some people want to be here, but they have a life, so they couldn't be here live. And let me just point out before I start, because it is important, very important to the channel, believe you me. Please subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost you a bit. It really does support the channel. Subscribe, like the video, share in your true crime community, and hit the bell for notifications. You can also buy a book, that just helps, and you can hit the little $sign, and that's a one-time donation to help the channel. But if you want to be more involved, $5 a month, there's 8 live shows you can participate in, and that's what the people here are part of. They're part of the Patreon community, and it's a wonderful community.
That's an ugly mug if I've ever seen one.
In criminal profiling and crime scene analysis, and they want to be here to discuss these things, and they're super, and you can be super too. Join. Okay, that's that. Now, let's get to these creatures. I have a better word for them. Creatures. All right, so now let me tell you before I go further. I do want to. The links are going to be below, but I want to show you what I accessed before I did the show. I accessed. Let's see. What did I do? I read two books. Well, first I saw 2 shows. This is the one show, Ken and Barbie Killers, The Lost Murder Tapes. It's well done. It's kind of very, very quote balanced, shall I say, in the sense that they're saying this could have happened, this happened, and then this happened. They don't overdo one side or the other about who you think is the worst of the worst. And then there's this Fifth Estate, which I was recommended to watch. Who recommended me to watch that? It was wasn't it Carrie? Was it Carrie? Carrie, did you recommend me to watch this? I know Lila also had a good one. Fifth Estate is fantastic. Very anti-Carla Homolka, however. So if you think, they really take one side on it, but the reporter in this is fabulous. I mean, I often mock the media for its whatever they're doing, but she was actually an extraordinarily good journalist.
Thanks for coming.
And really brought out a lot of stuff. You can see this on YouTube, so it's free. This one I saw on Discovery Channel, I believe. I happen to have the ability to see it on there, so I saw that. And then I read 2 books. Where are my 2 books? Okay, what? Oh, hold on a second. We're having the disappearing stuff again. No, don't doing that to me. The disappearing stuff. Oh, maybe it disappeared because I put it in a different place and then I didn't remember putting it there. Yeah. All right, there it is. Okay. See, I put it behind me and not over on my extra pictures. All right. Invisible Darkness is considered the very good, basic, solid book. And I think this is very good. I find the end is kind of interesting. The guy kind of believes that Carla was the one who killed them, not Paul. And so that's an interesting. I'm going to talk about, did she or didn't she kill them? And he brings that up. This one is called Lethal Marriage. It's really cheap. I think it's $4.99 on Kindle. Every bit of the videotapes that were made of the victims being raped and tortured is in this book. It's not pleasant to read, so one of you just asked me how was my weekend. It sucked. I read this book, and it's extremely unpleasant. It's not pleasant to read. It's really cheap. I think it's $4.99. And it's kind of interesting because I kind of believes that Carla was the one who killed them, not Paul. And so that's an interesting. I'm going to talk about, did she or didn't she kill them? And he brings that up. This one is called Lethal Marriage. It's really cheap. I think it's $4.99 on Kindle. Every bit of the videotapes that were made of the victims being raped and tortured is in this book. It's not pleasant to read, so one of you just asked me how was my weekend. It sucked. I read this book, and it's extremely unpleasant. And because of how unpleasant it was, and I'm a profiler, so believe me, I've seen this. I've seen so much. I've read so much that I'm able to handle things pretty well. Also, in case people are asking me to do the show, the Luca Magnotta case up in Canada, I watched the video, and very few people have seen that video. It's probably on the dark web.
Now's our chance!
Yeah, like Live Leap or something. I watched that video. Not very pleasant. And I can tell you, for people in law enforcement who are close to me, they're having to watch the videos, which you have to do if you're in law enforcement. And let's say you're in sex crimes or you're in child abuse crimes, and sometimes it's sex crimes against children. You have to watch videos of children being abused in the worst ways possible. And let me tell you, that horribly, horribly affects the detectives watching it. It's just awful. So, sorry, I'm choking on something. And as awful as that is, because they have to live with that in their heads the rest of their life. And I've seen some of this stuff, so I live with it in my head for the rest of my life. However, the videos of the victims in these crimes were shown to the jury. And as I always say, the jury is just 12 people taken off a bus stop. And they don't have the expertise to, in my opinion, to analyze the things to the level so they need to analyze it as far as figuring out what the evidence means and what the experts are saying. But also, they're normal human beings. And it is, I think, an incredible abuse of the criminal justice system, incredible cruelty to make regular people watch what I read in this book. I didn't see the videos in this book, but I've seen videos like it. I know what they watched. I can't believe they had to watch this. And some of them said they had to go to psychiatrists after that. They've never recovered from it. It's cruel and unusual punishment to totally innocent people trying to do their civilian duty by being on a civilian jury. Again, and against civilian juries. Have professional juries. Let persons like me, who've seen things before, deal with this. Don't foist that on other people. And one of the shows, I think it was, which one was it? It was, I believe it was, hold on, let me find which one it was. It was it was this one. And that is why I do like the show. The Kenneth Barbie Killers, the Lost Murder Tapes. There's a woman on there who was a mother of small children. She was a juror. She was very excited in the beginning. She was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get to do something nobody ever gets to do. She was really excited until the tape showed up. It's absolute cruelty. It's sadistic. We have a crime of massive sadism, and yet you're sadistically torturing the jury at the same time. It's just awful. And it also turned out they had an argument over whether the public should see this. No. So I think they were allowed to hear it but not see it. Still no. It's none of their damn business. And then eventually, after everything was over, the families got they actually burned the tapes, which is good. But, so it's not available to be seen anyplace, thank God, because of be all over the internet. And it's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. So that is what I spent my weekend doing. So, boy, was that fun. But it was important for me to do because I need to understand what happened in order to be able to analyze all of this. So, that's interesting. As Leah says, in grad school, we had to listen to a 911 call of a rape, and it really upset me as an understatement. Christina's here too. Yeah, I mean,
That's their
I've
leader,
worked in hospitals for years too. I've seen people die in hospitals. I've seen people being given horrible news in hospitals and break down, and those things just resonate with me. I mean, they're still like inside me. It's seeing it and hearing it is nothing like anything you can understand unless you've been there. And I just don't understand why a jury should be put through that. I think it's sick. I mean, I just think it's sick. The whole crime was sick, so why would you put a jury through this? It's wrong. Put a professional juror. Somebody like me, I signed up for the program. You know what I mean? I know what I'm getting into. It's my work. I do this all the time, and I know how to balance things out. And if I have to suffer for my work, so I do. But an innocent person who just wants to do their duty as a citizen, that's just sick. I'm sorry. That's my soapbox. I'm starting on a soapbox before I start the show. Okay, let's get to, in case you have no clue, you should go check everything out before you watch the show. But if you have no clue what I'm even talking about Paul Bernardo and Carla Mamolka, okay, let me give you the rundowns on that so you can sort of basically understand who these characters are. All right, so Paul Bernardo, that's this dude here.
Yep.
He really relished the fact that he understood that he's a good-looking dude and a kind of baby-faced, innocent, attractive guy. Nobody suspected him. Nobody thought he was dangerous because of his looks. He wasn't like, So he was right about that. It absolutely was so true because he used I think he's good-looking, used his good looks and his face is soft, and he has an innocent demeanor, and he knew that fact. Way back in high school, he knew how to use it. So, terrible. All right, so Paul Kenneth Bernardo was born in 1964. He was known as the Scarborough rapist. And
This can't be!
Let me just show you where all this takes place. In case you have no idea, because some people live in other countries, and we don't think they
All
know
done.
what we're talking about it, but they don't, because they don't live
Great
here.
job!
So anyway, here we go. This is like 101. Okay,
Later.
so here we are, USA and Canada, and you see that little part where it says Ottawa. Okay, that direction. All right, so here we are. This is sort of this is supposed to be the jurisdiction, and then we get down to Toronto, and in this area, and then we have Scarborough. Scarborough is like a suburb of Toronto, so that's sort of where things originally happened. That's as much as I'm going to do on that. It's in Canada, guys, near Toronto. All right, so he was called the Scarborough Rapist because he raped a whole lot of women in Scarborough, and also the schoolgirl killer because eventually 3 girls died, and they were all schoolgirl age. Okay, died. Yeah, well, they were killed.
Mission complete!
He's a Canadian serial killer and serial rapist. This is true. Started out as a serial rapist, became a serial killer. And by the way, that's not unusual. So anytime you have a serial killer, you look backwards in time to see if there's serial rapes. Anytime serial rapes, you should look forward in time to see if there's serial homicides. And serial rapists become serial killers for 2 reasons. One is that one of those women they raped had the audacity to go to the police and say what he looked like. He's like, I'm not going to let that happen again. She ratted me out. So he kills all his future victims because it's a smart thing to do, And there are other ones who, once they commit rapes, also enjoy the actual homicide part of it. They're getting into more power, more control, more thrills, and they'll go that way. Okay, so he is known for initially committing a series of rapes in Scarborough, Ontario, a suburb of Toronto, between 1987 and 1990, before subsequently committing 3 murders with his then-wife, the charming Carla Homolka. And among these victims was her younger sister, Tammy. And if you haven't ever experienced this case, this is what is so bizarre about the case and the most telling part of the case. Tammy. One of the victims was Tammy, her younger sister, who was only 15 at the time. After his capture and conviction, Bernardo was sentenced to life imprisonment and was later declared a dangerous offender, thus making it unlikely he will ever be released from prison. I have never understood the concept of releasing anybody from prison who is a serial killer. That includes her. Okay, so anyway, now I want to point out that there's a book called Lethal Marriage, which I pointed out in that I've read, which has all the videotape crap in it. In his book Lethal Marriage, Nick Prawn, they think prawn actually means porn, but like it's letters around. I don't know who this dude is, but it's actually it's a pretty good book. Nick Prawn describes young Bernardo. He was always happy, a young boy who smiled a lot. He was
Leaving a stronghold to you.
Simple good looks and sweet smile, and that many of the mothers just wanted to pinch him on the cheek whenever they saw him. He was the perfect child they all wanted, polite, well-mannered, doing well in school.
This'll be easy. I won't let
Beneath
anything
the
bad
charming
happen to the
facade,
village.
however, he developed a dark sexual fantasies and enjoyed humiliating women in public and beating women he dated. Now, this is very important. He beat women he dated. He sexually, he did sadistic acts with women he dated. So this dude did not start this with Carla. He started it with other women. All right. So, at any rate, and he became very successful. He became an accountant. He really wanted to be rich, so because rich people attract and they keep police away, and I'm trying to figure out how to introduce this as to what he was into. Okay, so I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to say right now, if you comment below on this, I'm going to wipe out your comment. Okay, and if you insist on it, I'll wipe you out. We're talking about BDSM. All right. BDSM is bondage, discipline, sadism, masochism. It's an erotic practice that some people enjoy. So what happens is, and there's an entire community, the BDSM community, which is like, oh, this is all very cool. It's our way of sexually expressing ourselves. We have safe words so nobody gets hurt. We love it, and it's cool. Okay, I'm just going to say this right here. I don't think it's cool. I think it's sick. I'm going to say it. I think it's perversion. I think that anybody who wants to humiliate and dominate another human being and cause them pain is a sick SOB. And I think anybody who's participating in this on the masochistic end has other issues. And we're going to talk about that with Carla Homolka. She had issues. Because if you're willing to participate in a situation, usually, now, it's not always male-female. It's not always male, it's a domination, and the woman is the masochist. It's not always sadist, masochist, male-female. Sometimes it's male-male. Sometimes it's female-female. And on way lesser occasions, it's female-male. I'm not going to go into the whole description of everything. And the methodologies are just, there are many methodologies, let's put it that way, from restraints to pain, causing pain, all kinds of humiliation of all sorts. I'm not going to get into this because this is how you get demonetized. I probably am. So please do subscribe to my channel, like and subscribe, join Patreon. Okay, so
Now's our chance!
now the important point about this is when two people get into a relationship, which is a BDSM relationship.
I found their leader.
Some sort of that, sadism and masochism. What does that mean? And why does that person...
We can't lose this game!
He's the sadist. She theoretically is a masochist. And this, of course, this very bizarre, already unfortunate sexual component of the relationship then extended to other human beings who were not, shall we say, consensual. She's consensual. The other women were not consensual. Her sister wasn't consensual, nor the two women who got murdered. All the women raped. So, but he is a sadist. He's a psychopath and a sadist. He loved the power and control. And to understand how this plays out in the long run is really important. And I don't think a lot of people are willing to discuss different implications of this or the aspects of it. I'm going to do so, but I'm going to try to do so in a way that is at least palatable. And I don't mean palatable for what is being done, but palatable for the community here to actually listen to anything. Because I want you to understand the psychology behind it. And I'm going to say this up front because it's always important. I'm not a psychologist, nor am I a psychiatrist, nor am I a specialist in sex paraphilia. No. I am a criminal profile, and it's my opinion. And I've been around a lot of stuff. So if you value my opinion, this is what you're going to get. If you're saying you're not the proper expert, I don't believe you. I don't want to listen to anything you say. Okay. But I find a lot of psychiatrists, psychologists, and these supposedly sex experts pull the wool over our eyes. I do believe this because they try to downplay everything as if everything is acceptable in the human experience. I don't believe this is true. I believe there are things that are damaging to the humans. Pornography has become very much sadistic over the years. The soft porn has become hard porn. Hard porn is available on Pornhub and other places. Anybody can access it at a young age. There's a lot more sadism coming into the sexual experiences of young people.
Get ready for the next wave!
It's like, hey, you should do this because it's not lovemaking. It's not romantic. It's not sensual. It's power and control in a vicious way, where one person gets to be the dominant person, the other person has to be submissive. And a simple version of that is to say master and slave. So, master and slave. Why would anybody want to be a slave to a master? Why would they want to give themselves over to a person, to humiliate them, to cause pain to them, to make them do things that are disgusting and repugnant, just to make the master feel good? You know, if this were a racial thing, nobody would be okay with it. But apparently most of the time it is a male-female thing, although sometimes you get male-male and other things. We accept this as, oh, it's okay if everybody's okay with it. No, it's sick. It's sick, and I'm going to sit there and I'm going to say it's sick. Run away if you want to. It's sick. So anyway, we got Mr. Sadist. But this gets really complicated as far as Carla Homolka goes. So, she met this guy. Let me tell you about Carla and how she met him. Okay, let me go back to Wikipedia, tell you a wee bit about Carla. All right, so Carla, one of the things that's interesting about Carla is they leave a lot about her childhood behavior and her teenage behavior out. She's not as nice as they make her out to be in a lot of places. She's kind of sadistic herself, and this is going to be important. All right, Carla Leanne Homolka was born in 1970. She is a Canadian serial killer. I guess they call her that. Who acted as an accomplice to her husband, Paul Bernardo, in the rape and murder of at least 3 minors in Ontario between 1990 and 1992. Homolka attracted worldwide media attention when she was convicted of manslaughter, and made to serve only 12 years for the murders of 2 teenage girls. And if you're not from Canada, you may not know about the deal with the devil, but the prosecution made a deal with Carla to basically rat out her husband because they wanted him to be put away more than they wanted her to be put away. And either they believed her story of being a victim, or they were willing to accept her story as being a victim so that they could get murder 1 on Paul Bernardo and have him out life sentence. Now, I don't know, I'm not familiar totally with the whole way things work in Canada, but the dude's Scarborough rapist, and they had DNA that linked him to the crime. He raped a whole bunch of women. I don't know why that's not a life sentence anyway. So I don't get the whole legal system stuff. Anyway, she stated to investigators that she was an unwilling accomplice in Bernardo's murders as a result of domestic violence. This is the battered wife thing going on. resulting in a deal made with prosecutors for a reduced prison sentence in exchange for a guilty plea to the charge of manslaughter. Homoko scored 5 out of 40 on the psychopathic checklist, in contrast to Bernardo's 35 out of 40. I'm also going to put a link to Dr. Grande's thing on this because I'm gonna read you what he said, because he said there's 2 basic theories on that, and he did point out that she scored really low on the psychopathy thing. He scored really high, and then he gave us 2 theories about what kind of person she was. I'm going to read those, and then I'm going to discuss those. So anyway, however, okay, let me just go back here. This is such a complicated thing and so much information. I'm trying to figure out how to tell you this without overwhelming it. All right. So what happened was, let me just go back in time a wee bit, just so I can sort of make this more understandable. So anyway, these characters, they got together. Okay, let me show you their teenage pictures. They were actually, here she is. Where is she? She's sweet. She loved animals for some reason. Although she worked for a vet, and she supposedly loved animals, and she ended up getting a dog with Paul. That's not it. That's when she was a teenager. And she really cared about the dog way more than she cared about any of the women that died. She's like, well, what's going to happen with my dog? So she liked dogs. But apparently there was some story about where she was with her best friend and she had like I don't know, it was a hamster or something. She decided she'd like tie up a handkerchief around the hamster and make it into a parachute, and then she chucked the hamster out a window thinking it would float down to the ground, and then it whacked into the ground.
Guard that gate!
The hamster died. So you gotta wonder about this girl. You know what I mean? Anyway, she was supposed to be this happy, sweet girl. And by the way, apparently even back in high school, she was saying stuff like, I want to make dots on people and then connect them and then,
Give them all you
scrape
got!
them and then pour like vinegar on them. The girl was obsessed with death and pain in high school.
Yes, let's go!
A lot of times she's made out to be like she was this happy, perfect person. And then she met Paul and everything went to hell. She was very fascinated with death and pain early on. So don't let her fool you. Okay, and here's Paul. And he was like Mr. guy who wants to date your daughter. Until you find out you don't. Anyway, so he's like, he's a good-looking dude. Okay, now she's not looking so nice, but hey, that's later. All right, and here they are, happy couple, and lo and behold, see, now they get married. Oh my God, they're so happy. They got the most romantic ever, the biggest wedding ever. But that's right after her sister, she killed off her sister, and it's like right after she killed off her sister, and so there's a lot of psychopathy there, which I'm going to talk about. And there they are. Oh, he's so excited. He's kissing his wife. Okay. So they got married, essentially. And they got their own home. And so, now, supposedly, oh my goodness. All right, we're going to have to back up here. So let me go back to the BDSM thing. Because I want you to understand there's 2 types of women who get involved with sadistic people. 2 types. One is pointed out to us in 50 Shades of Grey. Something, a book I absolutely hate with I hate it with every part of my body. All right. So, I'm going to read you it later on because it's really important to why she turned her husband in. But I'm going to read you first one version of the kind of women that hook up with sadists. All right? Let me find it. All right. One of the reasons I hated the book was because people thought it was so romantic. All right. What makes 50 Shades of Grey, I'm reading from a blog I wrote years ago. What makes 50 Shades of Grey so much more dangerous than other books there's other books about sadism and masochism, like Story of O and Marquis de Sade, but it's so grim in those books. You don't kind of like, oh, I kind of want to do that myself, and I want to hook up with this dude. No, 50 Shades of Grey made Christian seem like somebody actually was sexy. Okay? So that's why it's a more dangerous book. It's a romantic story and has a happy ending, which is ridiculous. And why she eventually realized there was going to be no happy ending. Let's see. Okay. So women get giddy over 50 Shades of Grey. I fear that none of them ever had decent lovemaking in their lives. So they find these awful sex scenes exciting. I fear they crave romance and validation of themselves. That would so they would sell their soul to the devil to get it. All right. This is one possibility. This is where the Stockholm Syndrome issue comes in. There are those who believe that Carla was an innocent character, and she met this super handsome guy, and he offered her the world, romance, money. Of course, you know, Christian, if you go back to 50 Shades of Grey, he wasn't the local metro driver. He was a wealthy man with an airplane, and he had a super amount of money. Because I always wondered, would you be willing to sign that contract of being tortured by the trash collector down the street, by the guy who stocks shelves at the local grocery store, or is it only because this guy is rich and proud, and you think you're going to get this life? Oh, this fantastic life I've always dreamed of.
Could use a hand.
And of course, the protagonist in 50 Shades of Grey, she wasn't very interesting. She was actually a dull, not so brilliant, not so beautiful girl. And this girl suddenly gets the attention of this incredibly handsome rich man. And she's like, no, I'll sell my soul to this devil because, oh my God, I'm going to get everything I always wanted for a little bit of pain. But, I'm going to sign a contract and put some lines through things, and he's going to respect that. I'll get to that later. So, was she Stockholm Syndrome? In other words, did she meet, Paul and was swept away to the point where she's like, she was totally under his control. She never, ever in her life had any like sadomasochistic type things going on in her head. She just wanted romance. Did she just not, and it was just awesome with him. And she just couldn't help but fall madly in love. And she did write these incredibly romantic, incredibly romantic. She wrote notes all the time and left them with them. Oh, hi, Easter. Easter? Okay. And she wrote these totally romantic things, often talking about his body parts, but really romantic things, often talking about his body parts, but Easter? Okay. And she wrote these totally romantic things, often talking about his body parts, but really romantic things, leaving him on his pillow. You're my king. You're my this. You're my this. Okay. Okay. All right. But he liked that because that showed him that she was his lady or his slave, whatever his version was. So anyway, was she totally just a sweet, completely naive girl? Got swept away, and then once she got swept away, he started the abuse. Physical abuse, mental abuse, the control over her, and then the sexual abuse. And then she just went along with it because, like in 50 Shades of Grey, she thought she could change him. She thought he would be different. She thought he did love her anyway, and she could, whatever. Is it a Stockholm Syndrome from a naive girl who then got drawn into crimes that she didn't want to commit, but she just went along with the program because he controlled so much by it. And, okay.
Ibushi.
All right. Let's talk about Carla. All right. This is a concept that was put out, especially by the Crown. They wanted to use her as a witness, and they didn't want to make her to be equal accomplice with Paul. So they were trying to take him down, so they needed her. So they brought into a lot of stuff about her, and she was able to say,
Time to attack!
I didn't want to do these things. And So they kind of like, I don't know if they just turned, just didn't, I was like, okay, we know that Wayne's a psycho, but we're not going to go there. We're just going to let her tell her story, and we're going to use it in court. Now, you wonder why, because now Paul, in case you don't know this case, Paul, man, that dude, he liked to film everything. He made his own porn films. He made his porn films on every occasion that he assaulted somebody. He made films of just him and Carla, which were actually kind of useful to the, and trying to make Carla look okay. Or let me think how this would work. He filmed them like, doing happy things, and she's like, now you wonder why, because now Paul, in case you don't know this case, Paul, man, that dude, he liked to film everything. He made his own porn films. He made his porn films on every occasion that he assaulted somebody. He made films of just him and Carla, which were actually kind of useful to the, and trying to make Carla look okay. Or let me think how this would work. He filmed them like, doing happy things, and she's like, hey, and he's like, hey, and they look like they're in love. So maybe keeping her looking like she's innocent. It's hard to explain. Anyway, he videotaped like every one of his crimes. But now this gets a little complicated. Remember that I said he was a Scarborough? Oh, let me go down this way. He's a Scarborough rapist. Let me go back to Paul. So what happened was, without her knowledge, before she was even really involved in his life, he committed multiple sexual assaults, escalating in viciousness in and around Scarborough. He attacked most of his victims after stalking them as they got off of buses late in the evening. So he raped a lot. I'm let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like 20 rapes. He raped a lot. Okay, so what happened was, they didn't know who this dude was, because basically it came from behind, so they never saw his face, except for one woman finally did. So she gave a pretty good description. That was not bad. They exaggerate that. Oh my God, it looked just like him. No, it didn't. It looked like a lot of guys that could have looked like him. But he was interviewed, because some people said, that guy's kind of creepy. He got interviewed, and he willingly went to the police. He gave an interview. He gave his blood. He gave, said, sure, check out the DNA. I don't know if he was just stupid, or he just thought at the time that DNA wasn't, it wasn't checked very well. Well, it did take them 2 freaking years to actually do, because it was brand new back in 1990. So it was like they had one guy doing the testing, and they had all these suspects, and so they're slowly, bringing down how many suspects there were. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. So he wasn't determined to be the Scarborough guy, rapist, until after he had married Carla, and after he had helped her kill 3 people, or she helped him kill 3 people. They killed 3 people together. Finally, it came in that he was, his DNA matched, and they brought the guy in. But it took 2 years because of the very slow DNA stuff. Meanwhile, they were looking for who was the guy that killed these 2 girls. Now, let me talk about the 2 girls. So anyway, he marries her. All right, I'm going to get to what happened to her sister in a bit, because I really want to put the sister under how you want to analyze her as a psychology. It's very important as to, what her psychology was. But after they got married, there were these 2 girls that, maybe I should go back to Tammy. All right. It's such a complicated case. I'm trying to figure out how to present it to you. Okay, so anyway, they're not married yet. They're dating, and this is really actually very important. They're dating, and they're over at Carla's house with her parents. They're having a Christmas Eve kind of thing. They're drinking. The parents let her little sister Tammy, who's 15, have a drink. They go down out of the parents' sight into I think a basement room or whatever, family room. And Tammy dies. Now, why do you want to ask, why did Tammy die? All right, and this is a huge clue to this woman. All right, now she says this. he wanted to have sex with Tammy. All right, you're dating. You're dating, and this guy wants to have sex with your 15-year-old sister. Now, you're not even married. You're not living in the same
true
house.
heroes.
He doesn't have that much control over you. So is she suffering from this? I love him so much, I want to make him happy. That's what her claim is. So she's going by the, I'm so naive, I'm just in love with him, and
That's a wrap.
He's Christian, The book wasn't out then, but he's Christian. He's told me what he wants, and I want to please him. So I'm going to do these things for him. All right. So she says he wanted to have sex with Tammy. So because he wanted to have sex with her sister, because apparently he'd been like ogling her, and she was a little annoyed because it's like, why do you keep looking at my sister? But instead of punishing him, she decided, okay, I'm going to go ahead and she claims she's going to get this over with. She's going to let her boyfriend have sex with her sister just one time, and then once he's have sex with her, then then they can move on. Okay, so she gets some drugs, and she puts it in the drink of her sister, so it makes her sleepy. But that's not enough for the actual rape, because she's only going to be sleepy, not out of it. So she actually gets a thing called halothane. She works for a veterinarian, so she understands that halothane is used with the animals. And if you put that over, put it over somebody's face and they knock out, right? So she put it on a cloth and held it near her face, which is actually a big fat lie. And in court, she said, like this, far away. No, her sister had a burn mark on her whole cheek, and I won't show that photo. A huge burn mark, and clearly it was like this. All right. And why did she need her sister to be so knocked out? Oh, because Paul raped her. He had vaginal intercourse with her and anal intercourse with her, because you see, one just wasn't enough. All right, and then she threw up and stopped breathing. So this is her virgin sister. She wanted to present a virgin for her husband. For her boyfriend. It wasn't even her husband. She was in her parents' home. She committed a crime under her parents' roof, so it wasn't like she couldn't run upstairs and say to her parents, "Get my boyfriend out of here. The guy's a lunatic. He wants to rape my little sister. Get him the heck out of here." She was in a safe location. It wasn't like she was in some separate place. She was in a safe location. Yet she offered her own sister to him for rape and of a virgin, and on top of that, anal intercourse, and on top of that, which is really concerning, she also performed sex on her sister. So now we have something a little bit more than I'm in love with the guy and I just want to help him out here. So I wanted to explain to you the other side of the dominant and servant relationship, of the master and slave relationship, of what is supposed to be sadism and masochism. I'm going to present the opposite side, and this is rarely presented. I believe that there's two versions. One is you're just a stupid crap, and I want to have a boyfriend so badly, I'll just do whatever he says. But this is going way past that. So here's the flip side of that. I believe that for some people, sadism and masochism are two sides of the same coin. That the person committing the sadism is getting his thrills out of power and control. But the person who is participating in the masochism is also getting a thrill out of power and control. In other words, he did do really, really sadistic things to her. He did. She groveled for him. She said all the words he wanted her to say. She was willing to be humiliated. She put up with sexual acts that probably weren't comfortable for her. She did it because it made him happy. Now, so your naive girl may do that to make him happy, but there's another con, and that is I'm getting my own power and control thrill out of being able to provide this for you, and therefore, when I see I'm able to do this, it gives me a sick kick too. So, now, this was actually brought up by Dr. Grande. And I want to bring this up now. All right, so Dr. Grande said, and I was very excited about this, by the way, because, sometimes I like Dr. Grande's stuff, sometimes I disagree with him. But what he says about her is there's two choices with her psychology. One is that she was an active participant, and the other one is that she was a victim. Okay? And that he abused her enough that she became a victim, as well as the victims that, the ones that were killed. She also was a victim. He says this. All right. And this is the explanation. One of the theories here, this is his first theory, Dr. Grande, is that Carla was extremely submissive to start with, and he was extremely sadistic. So, actually, in her regular life, she wasn't submissive at all. She was submissive to him. So you have to understand the difference between the two. Because her submission to him was not normal in her regular life. Her submission to him was a power and control effort on her own part. Because if she could do what he wanted, she controlled him. All right. He said, both of them had extreme positions, and they were attracted to each other for those extreme positions. Yeah, that is true, I believe. When Paul started involving himself in crime, she was excited. Yes, she was. Why? Because she was part of it. Because she also was quite sadistic in her own right. That she got a thrill out of the power and control that he exhibited over the victims, and that she exhibited over the victims, and that they together exhibited over the victims. The degree of masochism and sadism will rise to a criminal level. Yes, it did. Not just in their personal lives, but now onto somebody
We're
else.
still in good shape.
The theory sidesteps the problem of Carla's low level of psychopathy score. I'm going to say the low level came from idiots who couldn't do the proper testing on her. And it says here because she simply had manipulated the authorities, as one would do if they were a psychopath. In other words, she was a good psychopath, so she manipulated them to think that she wasn't a psychopath. If this is the case, would Carla's culpability be the same as Paul's? Well, if sadism isn't a mitigating factor for Paul, in other words, you can't just say, oh, because he was a sadist, he couldn't help himself. Then, if she's going to play a masochist part, she couldn't help herself either, right? But if both of them, you can't take away one, you can't take away the other. So both of them willingly participated in these crimes. They both committed crimes that were facilitated, but not determined by their personality traits. So they both knew what they were doing. They both liked what they were doing. They were both thrilled by what they were doing. So they were both equal. I was like, oh my gosh, Dr. Grande, you finally got it. So she's not the naive little girl who just did everything because she wanted him to love her. She is actually, in her own little dimension mind, quite sadistic herself. She liked watching the sadism on other people. She liked performing on other people. She had no problem with this. And when she was performing masochistic acts with her husband, it was because she enjoyed seeing him perform sadistic acts. So it's like a weird thing. You're living vicariously through the sadistic person, but you kind of like sadism yourself. That's why you do it. It's a big different thing than I'm just going to suffer because I love him. She wasn't suffering because she loved him. She was doing certain things that probably were a little tough for her because she enjoyed the whole sadistic thing. And when they brought in other people to the relationship, she was into that. And when he wanted to have sex with her sister, she was willing to actually allow her sister to be raped and she sexually assaulted her own sister. You're going to tell me that was because she just wanted him to love her? No, that's because she enjoyed the whole process. She didn't think her sister was going to die. She thought when she put that thing over her face, her sister was going to live but not remember anything. And then her sister accidentally died. So that was a manslaughter thing. But she was the one that put that over her sister's face. So she's more responsible for her sister's death than that guy. So let's not walk away from that. So anyway, I think that she was an equal participant. Now, Dr. Grande goes on. Oh my God, what happened here? No. Okay, here. I'm sorry. I thought maybe I did wipe this out. Okay, no, I didn't. Okay. He has a second theory. He says the second theory is she's a victim. Doesn't alleviate her culpability completely, although it's a mitigating factor. So he's saying that because he supposedly abused her, and controlled her, that's a mitigating factor that she wasn't as responsible for the murders as him. It would justify a 12-year sentence rather than life in prison. This theory fits a lot of the evidence. It fits with PTSD. It fits with low psychopathy, low masochism. It fits in with her anxiety and depression, which is all from her mouth, so who knows that she had any anxiety or depression. It fits with Paul's insatiable desire to dominate and his criminal behavior that was separate from Carla. In other words, he raped people before he met Carla, so he was already on that program. She just ended up joining him. Does she escape culpability? No. She's obligated to report to the police. She had opportunities to report what was happening to the police to stop girls from getting killed. And I'm going to get into this in a minute. People understand she might put up with the abuse of her. In other words, if you're suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, you might allow him to abuse you. But to allow him to abuse other people and for you to go along with it, participate in it, and not stop it is a different matter than Stockholm Syndrome. She not only allowed herself to be a victim, but others to be a victim, and she actively participated in the crimes. This is heinous and criminal. Neither theory relieves her of responsibility, but the second theory mitigates her level of involvement to some extent, and this is the one I think is correct. Okay, Dr. Grande, I disagree entirely. I do not believe she was a victim. I do not believe anything mitigates anything she did. I believe she's the first one that you explained so well. I was all excited. I'm like, yay, Dr. Grande, we're going to be on the same page. And then you said, no, I'm with not the former, but the latter theory. I'm like, crap. Anyway, he said, I don't see a lot of evidence that Carla was criminally submissive to the level that Paul was criminally dominant. So, in other words, he was stronger than she was. He didn't offer up his own sister. She offered up her own sister. This is a sister she'd grown up with. This is a sister that her parents loved. This is a sister who was innocent. She offered her own sister to her boyfriend. Who is pushing that envelope?
Mine now. This is gonna be easy.
Still, she missed opportunities to save lives. Yes, she did. Paul was away. Okay, I'm going to get into the two girls that were kidnapped and why this gets even weird. And she didn't have much empathy for the victims, right? And so she didn't help them and allowed them to be killed. That's what he thinks. She allowed them to be killed. And so he thinks maybe the Crown was right because they needed her testimony, but maybe it should have been 25 years and not 12. Okay. All right. Now, I want to go to the two girls that were killed after Tammy. All right. Let me go here a second. Okay. Where are the two girls? Okay. Hold on. Over here. All right. All right. So it's very complicated in many ways, and I don't know if I'm making it easier for you, but I'm trying to tell you the psychological things. All right. We have the two girls. All right. Tammy. Now, mind you, Tammy, her sister, she offered up her sister to her boyfriend, and then they killed her. It was ruled an accident because for some reason they had idiots examining the case and a terrible forensic pathologist. They ruled it an accident. So that was what happened. Now, I want to point out something that was said right after this. All right. Hold on a second. This is one of the keys to her incredible psychopathy. All right. After Tammy was died, and they were going to get married like right away after Tammy died. Now you would think, your parents are in mourning. Your parents are just completely devastated over the loss of Tammy. But that's not really important. What's more important is your wedding because you're going to have this incredibly Princess Diana Charles wedding, and you want to have fun. How dare your parents be like mourning over your dead sister? So anyway, don't take my word for it. This is actually what she wrote. Wait till you hear this. Second letter she had written. This is a letter that Carla had written. Let me go back to just before I get to these girls. Let me go back to just so you can see Carla. All right. Carla wrote this letter just before marriage. In it, she talked about wanting a dog, which she eventually got, her new house, the color of her carpets, and about how there are too many immigrants in Toronto. Her upcoming wedding, and what gifts she wants. Because your sister's dead, but you still want gifts, right? And she had some advice to her friend. She said, the world will screw you in every way it can, Deb. No, I think you screwed your sister over. But, apparently she's now blaming the world. So take as much as you can while you can. Okay, she's greedy. She's a greedy little piece of work. She is. All right, now, she says this. Then she starts talking about her parents. My wedding plans are great, except for my parents being such assholes. Your sister's dead. You know, I guess she said, well, it's the same thing as losing your cat. You know what I mean? Get over it. They pulled out half of the money from the wedding, saying they couldn't afford it. Bullshit. Now Paul and I have to pay for $7,000 or $8,000 of the wedding. We've been compromising like crazy. A cash bar, no flowers on the table. Finally, Paul and I said, fuck it. We're going to do everything we planned. Real flowers, no paying for the bar, cocktails, everything. Because, hey, my sister's not around to enjoy the rest of her life, but I am. All right. Fucking parents. They're being so stupid. Only thinking of themselves. Okay. Psychopathy. I don't know how she only scored 4. I don't know who gave that test. That's psychopathy. Like a slam in the face. I don't know. They're only thinking of themselves. Their daughter is dead. And you think that they're wrong for thinking about their dead daughter, but you're right for thinking about your wedding? Oh my God. My father doesn't even want us to have a wedding. He thinks we should just go to the hall. Screw that. He wants to sit at home and be miserable. Well, because his daughter's dead. You killed her, for God's sakes. Apparently she's got no empathy. How did that get missing off the psychopathic test? Don't know. All right, he hasn't worked except for 1 day since Tammy died. How dare he? He's wallowing in his own misery and fucking me. It sounds awful on paper. No, it sounds awful in general.
Don't worry about it.
I know you really see what I'm saying. Tammy always said she wanted a Porsche on her 16th birthday. Now my dad keeps saying I should have bought it. Bull. If he really felt like that, he'd be paying for my wedding. Because I could die tomorrow. Or next year. He's such a liar.
It's coming for you.
Waiting for you.
It's hard to come up with words for this. Except for psychopathy, and psychopathy. All right. And for the real reason we moved out, my parents told, because they were actually living with her parents. And in the beginning, the parents really liked Paul because he was so personable. And then something sort of got to them, that, especially after Tammy died, they weren't so thrilled about. And for the real reason we moved out, my parents told Paul and I that they wanted him to stay at the house until the wedding. Then they said they wanted him to go after Tammy died because they needed their privacy. Oh, no. They needed their privacy. You think? Maybe they didn't want Paul in the house while they were sobbing their eyes out every freaking day. First, they took away half the wedding money, and then they kicked us out. They knew how much we needed to be together, but they didn't care. What assholes. Wow. What a nice human being. What a nice human being. Just hard to believe. All right. So, all right. Now, Tammy's dead. They move out. Then this happens. All right, let's go to Mafferty. This is the girl on this side. Am I on the right side? Or is this Mafferty? Oh, I hate it when I don't know who's who. I think this is actually Mafferty, and this is Kristen. I don't know why it's backwards, but I took the picture from somewhere. My apologies. So anyway, now Mafferty. Now understand that she's already, essentially, she murdered her sister. Paul did not murder her sister. He raped her sister, but he did not murder her. The person who murdered her was Carla. She's the one that gave her the meds and the drugs and the drink, and then she applied things onto her face that she knew were dangerous because she worked in the vet's office and she'd read what the dangers were of it. She killed her sister. She should have. That's there's no question. She's a murderer right there. All right. So now, having had that happen, the next thing that happens is Christian Mafferty So now I think they're living together at this point. They got themselves a house. Hold on a second. It's a very complicated thing. All right. So, all right. Early on the morning of June 15th, 1991, Bernardo detoured through Burlington, halfway between Toronto and St. Catharines, which is where I think they were living, St. Catharines, to steal license plates, because he's a great guy, and found Leslie Mahaffey. Sorry, did I say Mafferty? Mahaffey. The 14-year-old of Mr. Curfew. She was a bit of a problem. I think it's this one. I really do. And it's really annoying me. Hold on one second. I'm just going to put in their names because this is bugging me now. I don't want to point to the wrong girl. I think they put these backwards in there. I thought it was in order. Okay. I just want to get a picture so that I know that I'm looking at the right girl when I say this. Hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry, Ben. There's Mahaffey. It's a hard name. It's a hard name to spell. I want to be sure I have it correct. Mahaffey, murder. Okay, and what does she look like? Let me look at her. Yeah, that is her. That is Leslie Mahaffey. So Leslie's over here. She was actually the first one murdered. I thought they had them in order, but apparently the picture I grabbed was not. So this is Leslie Mahaffey. Okay, this is Kristen French. So let's get that straight so I don't screw it up. All right, so now, where was I at? Okay, so Leslie, she missed her curfew. She was kind of a problem kid at the time. She was kind of rebellious and all that. She did miss her curfew, and her parents locked the door and said, you got to learn to come home on time. And that's when Paul Bernardo got a hold of her.
Mine now.
He left his car and approached Mahaffey, saying he wanted to break into a neighbor's house. I didn't read that before, but really? That's all? Oh, look, great guy. Go with him. Unfazed.
Let's see.
I think she had some issues. She asked if he had any cigarettes. When Bernardo led her to his car, he blindfolded her, forced her into the car, and drove her to Port, I can't pronounce it, Dalhousie, and informed Homolka they had a victim.
Sweet.
Now, this is interesting because he blindfolded her, but she'd already seen him, so I'm not sure what the hell the purpose of that was. Maybe so she wouldn't see where he lived. Okay, this is important later because a lot of the claims is the reason he killed them was because he didn't want them, to see him. Wait a minute. The reason he killed them. Okay, I'm trying to think this through again. They'd already seen him, so since she had already seen him, he would have to kill her. Okay? So that would be a truism before she arrived at the house. Now, so she's arrived at the house, and
I need
apparently,
parts.
yeah, it said Mahaffey later told Bernardo that her blindfold seemed to be slipping, which signaled the possibility she could identify her attackers. Well, she already had seen him, so it didn't make any sense. But anyway, they did videotape this whole thing. Supposedly, when she arrived, Carla, like, oh well, okay, so you got a girl in the basement. That's
Nothing
cool.
personal.
And she just went back to sleep. And later on, she read some books and just ignore the whole thing. Now, she had to understand that if a girl was brought into the basement and was going to be tortured and videotaped, the chances of her ever leaving the basement were very unlikely. But her sister was already dead. So at this point, we had this opportunity for Carla to say, this is gone. I mean, my sister was an accident, but you can't bring a girl home and rape and murder her in the basement. And oh, by the way, did I mention she'd already brought another girl home? I forgot to mention this. Before this happened, on June 7th, 1991, Homolka invited a 15-year-old girl she had befriended at a pet shop 2 years earlier. She was known as Jane Doe. She was drugged by Homolka. Homolka brought her home, drugged her, and then said, hey, honey, look what I brought you. All right. They ended up letting her go because she was drugged out through the whole entire thing and didn't know what happened. So this is a willing participation. Paul Bernardo did not ask Carla Homolka to bring the girl home. Carla Homolka brought the girl home because she wanted to amuse her, at that time, boyfriend, and also herself. Okay, so this is psychopathy at the top level. This is not a victim because she didn't have to do it. Because usually victims only do what they absolutely have to do. And she went way further, way out of the way. Then when Leslie was brought home, she just ignored the fact she was in the house. She could have picked up her phone, called 911. Get over here. My husband has just kidnapped a girl. She's in the basement. Come and take him away. She could have put her husband away forever, but she didn't do it. And so what happened was Leslie got murdered. All right. Now, the question is always who murdered her. I would say this, because some people think that Bernardo, clearly because he was very violent, he murdered her because he had seen his face and he couldn't let her go. But some people think that Carla murdered her because she was like jealous of her, which is also possible because like, hey, you've had enough fun with her, get back to me. Maybe. However, I do believe this. I do not believe Carla would kill anybody without Paul's permission ahead of time, because even though I think she was a partner and a psychopath, she's also not stupid. So if Paul wants to have sex with her and she wipes out the victim before Paul is finished with her, Paul's going to take it out on her. So I don't believe for a minute that she killed Leslie. I believe Paul killed Leslie, or they did it together, or she did it at his behest. But I definitely think Paul was involved. And after he killed her, he decided to chop her up into pieces because he decided he's going to get rid of her body in very clever ways. And so basically, he put her in cement blocks. I mean, the description of this and him in the bathtub in the basement, chopping her up. And Paul was a nasty piece of work, and he thought this was a great idea. And so now this all happens, and you would think at this point,
until next time.
I'm sure she helped out to some extent with the old body process, but I don't know how much of chopping her Kristen into pieces. But she had to know Kristen was chopped into pieces and put in cement blocks and then thrown. They went together, I think, to throw the body away. Let me see if it says, oh yeah, Bernardo and Homolka decided it was the best way to dispose of the evidence would be to dismember Mahaffey and in case each part of her remains in cement. So Bernardo bought a dozen bags of cement at a hardware store. He kept the receipts, which were damaging at his trial. He wasn't that smart. And then he used a circular saw to dismember her. They made a number of trips to dump the cement blocks in Lake Gibson. Now she had not only, my sister died accidentally when I tried to give her to you, but now we've actually committed an abduction and then killed this girl and went and chopped her into pieces. This is a good time to run away.
Let's go.
This is not a point where you say, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Now, what happens after this happens? She marries the dude. Yes, she marries him, and she goes on a honeymoon. And then she bitches that her honeymoon wasn't good because at that point, he had the audacity to say he was a Scarborough rapist. And that really bummed out her mood. And on top of that, he kind of wasn't in the mood for, I guess, vanilla sex, as will be pointed out in 50 Shades of Grey. Vanilla sex, like romantic. You're on a honeymoon, you're supposed to have romantic sex. But, the dude wasn't into it. So he's like, I'm not really into you or that kind of sex. And so she was really bummed. She said it was the worst day of her life. Worst day of her life was he wasn't romantic on the honeymoon night, but not the fact that she found out that he was a rapist and that they'd already killed 2 people. That wasn't the worst day of her life. That her sister died and they brutally murdered this young girl and chopped her into pieces. That wasn't her bad life. No, her honeymoon wasn't perfect. Okay, so now the next clue. This happens. Now you think this is the time to run away, but no. Now we go to Kristen French. Now they're married. And it's amazing that after they murdered her and chopped her into pieces, they're having this beautiful wedding and they're so happy.
Sweet.
Just kind of like, why should we worry about her? Why should my parents worry about my sister? Why should I worry about her? So anyway, now it's Kristen French. So now, time has gone on and Paul's getting bored. And this is a problem. I want to point this out with anybody who thinks they're going to get into some BDSM relationship. People get bored. That kind of person gets bored with what they do, and they always escalate it. Just like rapists escalate, serial killers escalate. Sadistic, masochistic stuff escalates because after a while it gets really boring. And I want to point out something else here that was the problem for Carla. Why, if Carla was doing everything he wanted, why did he need these two girls? Why did he need her sister? I'll tell you why. Because Carla was acting. Carla was a willing participant. And although that was kind of like it's a kind of a fantasy thing. It's like watching porn and saying, oh, this is a fun fantasy, but it's not the real thing. Because Carla wasn't really being tortured and screaming. She was playing the game. These two girls, because they weren't knocked out like Tammy. They weren't knocked out like Jane Doe. They were awake for days. These girls were being tortured for days, and they had to go through the same program that Carla did, but they didn't want it. They weren't willing participants. It was not consensual. They were screaming. They were crying. They were saying stop, stop, and then they had to grovel and to say horrible things in order to please Paul Bernardo. So now he had what he really wanted. See, Carla's just a useful tool in a fantasy, but he wanted the real thing. And Carla was a good sick woman too. She wanted the thrill of the power and control with Paul, so she was willing to go along with the program. And she also had sex with these girls, and she had her thing going where she had that power and control, both by allowing Paul to have what he wanted, by giving Paul what he wanted, and by getting what she wanted. And also the fact that she was going to be the survivor. These girls weren't. She was going to be the one that still got Paul. These girls didn't. Okay, so now we go to Kristen French. All right, so they kidnapped her off the street. They planned it. Paul said, okay, here's what you need to do. And Carla said, okay, what are we going to do? And they planned it. Carla now was not only home when Paul brought somebody home and said, oh, I can't do anything about it. She went with him to kidnap a girl. She was a participant in the planning and the execution of kidnapping. That's psychopathy. I'm sorry. That's not Stockholm syndrome. That's not battered wife syndrome. That's psychopath. She participated in the actual. She knew she was going to be murdered. Don't forget that. Carla knew they were going to murder Kristen when they started, and they took her home. They kept her for 3 days. There was times when Paul went out to get food. Because she tried to be sneaky. She tried to be smart and say, hey, go get me a pizza at a place she thought was far enough away. She might convince Carla to let it go, or she might be able to somehow attack Carla and overwhelm her, and then she could get out of there. Didn't work because Carla could have called the police, and supposedly Kristen said to her, please, let me go, call the police. Carla didn't do it, and the claim was Carla said, I was too scared because when Paul came back, he'd hurt me. Yeah, I guess you would probably. But on the other hand, when you kidnapped her, you knew damn well she was going to be murdered. So it didn't matter where Paul was. She was going to be murdered anyway. You just knew that. And you didn't have any problem kidnapping her, did you, Carla? So anyway, she gets murdered. And that's the end of her. Now, to go back to just look at a couple other things Carla says, which are very, very, just some of the things she said that were just blows you away. Let's see. I like this one. This one's funny. So when they brought home Mahaffey, the lawyer asked her why she'd gotten so mad when she noticed Bernardo had used their fine crystal goblets to give Mahaffey some champagne after he raped her. She said, well, those were my wedding presents. She wasn't mad that Paul was raping Leslie. She wasn't mad that she had to go with all this. She was mad that her nice champagne glasses were being used when they hadn't even used them yet themselves. How dare you? Those are my wedding presents. That's how terrible Carla is. Is absolutely terrible. And so one of the things once they had the videotapes in hand and they were played in court, one of the things that people saw was that Carla was totally into a lot of stuff that was going on. She was having sex with the victims. She was laughing. She was behind the camera sometimes. She was having a good old time. Okay? She was having a good old time. So, she was, in my opinion, one equal partner to that. I don't believe she was a naive girl who hooked up with with Christian from 50 Shades of Grey because she just saw
I'll
the
put
pretty
this to good
things
use.
and thought she could change him. I think she knew exactly what he was from the time she was dating, and she was as
I need
sick
some of your
and as
parts.
sadistic as he was. And she loved the power and control she got out of all of this. Now, you might ask then,
Nothing
before I get to
personal.
all your questions, because I know I've been going on a while because it's just so hard to explain all of this. I want to point
Better
out.
luck next time.
Well, let me point out one more thing about her psychopathy. After she got released after 12 years of prison, she married the brother of her lawyer, this dude. Okay? She had 3 children. Here she is with one of her children. They finally figured out where she lived. She had 3 children with her, taking them from school. There she is. What kind of person, after you've been labeled a serial killer of teenage girls and a killer of your own sister, what kind of person would be willingly have children so that those children grow up knowing their mother's a serial killer? What kind of person is that? I'm going to tell you, a psychopath. What kind of person is her lawyer's brother? I'm going to say she found another one. Because what kind of man would marry a psychopathic serial killer and raise his children as her mother, with her as a mother? There's some sick people here. Some really sick people here. And I can't give her any benefit of, I know I was a battered woman. Okay, let's talk about the battered problem, because this is a whole nother issue. All right. So after they catch him for being, finally the DNA comes back. They got him for the Scarborough case. They bring her in, and she has, what happens at this point is that she's been beaten. All right, let me show you a picture of her face. Where's her face? Where's her face? Okay, here she is. She has been beaten. She went to the hospital. She has been beaten by Paul Bernardo. Now, he brutally bit her. Okay? And this really helped her case out because she's like, see, I was a victim. So now she expands on this. She says that basically since the time they got together, he beat her. A few people will say she saw some bruises. They saw some bruises on her and stuff. But hey, she was participating in sadistic, masochistic stuff. She was being tied up and all this kind of crap. So you're going to get bruises on you occasionally from things that are done to you, you know. So those bruises aren't necessary from being beaten. Those can just be from your sexual activities with this whole, master-slave thing going on. But she was beaten. She was beaten at this point. My question is, why was she beaten at this exact point? And that's when she turned on Paul Bernardo. That's when she left him. She filed for divorce, and she was willing to turn him over to the police. She got herself a lawyer and everything, but then she ratted him out, and she called him a bastard. Go after him, get that bastard for everything. And she also got a new lover. Okay, so why at that point in time? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to read this to you, and then I'm going to look at all your comments because I've been going on quite a while. Such a convoluted mess, but I just want you to understand Carla Homolka in a way maybe you haven't seen before. But here we go. I want to read you this. I'm only going to read a part of it because I'm going to let you read the rest of it if you want to. I'll put a link below. I wrote this quite a while back. Actually, in 2012. This was on 50 Shades of Grey. But I want to point out to you what I think happened to what she finally got in her brain. What she finally realized. This is called Criminal Profiling Topic of the Day, my anti-fan fiction of 50 Shades of Grey. And it's called When Christian Killed Anna. All right. When Christian killed Anna, Christian gazed down at me from above. My hands tied behind my head to the bed rail with that gray tie of his. My ankles bound with rope to the side rail of the foot. His expression is unreadable, but as my eyes shift from his face to his chest, and then to those jeans of his hanging deliciously off his hips, my inner goddess jumped for joy. Heat rushes down there, and I squirm desperately as I wait for Christian to touch me. Oh, he's so hot. He runs his hands through that slightly tousled hair of his. I'm bored with you, Anna, he says quietly. I am stunned. How can he be bored with me? I have done everything he wanted, minus a few items I put a line to on the contract. But we've only been together for a couple of months, sir. I thought I was different than the train of other women he had been through. I thought I was special. Christian actually laughs. Special? Why would you think? What would you think I find so special about you? He admonishes me. You are a mildly attractive, run-of-the-mill college girl with nothing particularly alluring or interesting about you. Tears flood my eyes. But sir, you said I was special, different than you. The different, that you had never had vanilla sex or slept the night with anyone but me. And you believe me, you little fool? He smirks. Why don't you bite your lower lip again? You really think that drives me mad for you, don't you? It doesn't do anything but make me hate you. And he reaches out with both hands and I'll skip that part, and I yelp with pain. Christian looks at me with disdain. You don't think I've told each one of my girls how adorable they are? Don't you realize I told every one the same stupid things that I told you? You are all so easy to dupe. He sighs. All of you who think you are going to be the one. You are going to change me. From what? For myself? I like myself just the way I am. He leans in and snickers. Do you know, my dear Anastasia, that I was never abused as a child, not once, but oh, how easy it was to make you feel sorry for me. Christian's face appears inches away from mine, behind a wall of tears. Behind my wall of tears. You know all those things that weren't in the contract? Well, today you get to do them all. And I'm not going to read the rest of it because it's too crude to be on YouTube. Today you're going to do them all. Now, this is where I think Carla found herself. At the point where these women have been murdered, at the point where she was being discovered as the Scarborough rapist, time was running out. She knew what she was to him. She was a tool to him because he's a psychopath. She realized that. And at that point, when he could no longer go out and commit crimes, the only crime he could commit would be on her. And she was there and available, and he was going to go down anyway. I think she said something to him. I think she tried to leave. I think she tried to, whatever she said to him, and he beat the crap out of her. And luckily for her, she got out of there. You know, she got out of there and didn't get murdered. But I think she knew her time was up with him because she didn't realize he didn't love her, he didn't care about her, and they had been partners in crime, and he was going down. And so, what did he have to lose? And
This is gonna be easy.
If he could, if she'd given him another chance, if there was another moment, why wouldn't he do everything to her that he never got to do even to the other girls? Why not? Why not kill her? Why not? How she got out of there, I'm not sure. But my belief is when she did get out of there, that's why she ratted him out. Because she knew it was already over and she was just trying to save her own butt. So it wasn't anything about her doing anything good. It wasn't anything about that, oh, you know, finally I escaped my abuser. No. She knew she better get out of there now because whatever happened then, it was over between the two of them. And then she was willing to rat him out because that was her best game plan at that point. Does that make her a victimized woman or does it make her a smart psychopath? I'm going to go with smart psychopath. I'm going to go to some of your comments now because I've been here so long talking about all these different things. Okay. Wow, let me go back up here. I have to go way back up now. Professor Brown is here. Pat, your voice is the voice of experience. Well, you know, I've seen a lot, understood a lot, and one of the things I always want to point out is that a lot of people see this from outside of understanding criminal behavior and understanding psychopathy. So they see it from a very different point of view. I don't. I see it from what I've seen. She killed animals and played with her purses. I don't know how accurate that is, so I can't go on about totally that. Really? Benny says it's not okay. Yeah, it's sick, just like animal sex, which is legal in Denmark. Wow. You know, we're excusing a lot of stuff these days, which is horrifying to me. That understandably, sex is for procreation in some senses. And then sex is a way to express love for each other, and sex is also enjoyable between two people who want to make each other happy. When you start going beyond that to the point where somebody's getting tortured, somebody's being humiliated, there's something sick about that. There's nothing normal about somebody wanting to call his woman a slut, to have her say, I'm a slut. I'm your slut. That's not normal. That's sick. I'm sorry. I have no place for that. And a lot of pornography does that because that's the power the power thing, where the powerful person humiliates and dominates the other person. But sometimes this is where I think Carla comes in. I think that you can play the part of the masochist. You can play the part of the slave, but you're still getting some sick kick out of it because you're playing that part. You're you're my king. You're my king. You're my master, and you're a special slave. Well, that's what Carla found out eventually. She ain't so special. I'm going to have to look this one up, Joe. I know you mentioned before about Henry and Brady. I'm going to have to do a whole show on that, the Moors murders. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Heidi, why would she have to rat him out when there was a video? Maybe I'm forgetting the timeline. Really, why was she giving the deal? Oh, okay. What happened was the videos were hidden. She didn't know where they were hidden. I forgot to mention that. She did not know. So she was not, at the time she got the deal, the time the Crown made that deal, nobody had seen her behavior on those videos. They were her side of the story. Then what happened? Christine says American Canadian legal system is based on original and law. U.S. criminal law varies from state to state. Canada has one federal criminal law. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Oh, this is a point. And I think Doctor, some reason Doctor Brown, I don't know, he couldn't pronounce Paula's name. He kept saying Palmer instead of Palmer. He said that she led him to the tapes, and that is not true. She didn't ever lead him to the tapes. The tapes were found that were led to by Paul Bernard and his pastor. And so, let's see. Okay. I think she was a straight up psychopath. I'm good with that. I'm totally good with that. Let's see. Let's see what else she has to say. Paul was always upset that Carla was not a virgin. So Carla gave him her sister. Oh, yeah, yeah. What a bummer. She's not a virgin. Leaving her mom. Yeah. I mean, it's one more step. Nothing is ever satisfying with sadness. They want one more step, one more step, one more step. So I believe you would be a serial killer without Carla's help. I think you would have gone on from Brady to her. I think that would have eventually. And maybe more dungeon stuff because he did go from outside crimes to dungeon stuff in his own basement. Carl hadn't been there. She just wouldn't have been. That's all. That would be the difference. He used her because she was good for bringing a girl home, to helping him out, all that stuff. And they had fun together. Like I said, I did not know all my research. I found sex acts on his sister. It's one sick family. Yeah. Sex on her sister and the other girls as well, but on her sister. Can't get worse than that. I said, I'm sorry, you're not married, you're not living in this home. You're under the protection of your parents at that point. There is zero excuse for why you could have said, there's no way I'm doing this crap. Because she wasn't under his control. They hadn't killed anybody. She hadn't helped rape anybody at that point. There was nothing he had over her at that point. She herself decided to do this horrendous act, even her parents' home. She's a sick quit. That's what they're into. She's a sick quit. No, she didn't have it in the home already. No, it's even worse than that. She went and researched. She worked with a vet. She knew that's what he was with animals. She researched what she should use with her sister. And she knew that she drugged her drink that won't make her sleepy wasn't quite enough to get through rape of any sorts. So the idea was to have her completely passed out. So that's where that came in. She was going to put that over her face so she'd be completely knocked out during the sex acts. Now later, of course, the advantage was once they had the girls in the basement, they didn't have to knock anybody out. And that was Paul's preference because you want the girl to beg, you want the girl to cry, you want the girl to scream, you want to hear all that. When they're knocked out, they're not. Joe says, listening to this makes me think that Carla is truly into BDSM. I have to agree to Joe. Yeah, and again, I will say this, I don't want to hear any BDSM comments, but I don't want to hold all this down straight. But I will say this, if it's consensual between two idiots, between two people who need to get some psychiatric help, if it's consensual, that's your problem. That's your problem. One torture each other or one tortures the other. You're stupid enough to go through that. That's cool. Be my guest. But won't you take it out of your bedroom into somebody else's bedroom, or you bring somebody into your bedroom consensually? That's not okay. That's sexual assault. Let's see. Heidi says, some women may seem to feel as though they're safe in the presence of another woman. That's true. But that's not always the case. That woman is a psycho like this. Yeah, sometimes serial killer couples, the man will use the woman, like for hitchhikers, driving along. She's hitchhiking. You're like, hey, you need a ride? And the girl gets in the vehicle and messes with them. And they think they're full. Guy's not a serial killer or a rapist. And lo and behold, they're surprised. Now, sometimes what happens in some of these situations is that the woman does for one reason. This is a little different than this thing. The woman is an abused wife. She has been brutalized. And what happens is she's been brutalized so much that the wife says, if I bring home another girl and put her in the basement, I won't touch you again. She's like, okay, that's cool. Okay. So she helps get the girl in the basement. And then she is free of his torture. Is she still, and you will give her, in my opinion, yes, she should just go to the police, get the hell out of there. If it costs you your life, too damn bad. That's all. But, you're the idiot who got hooked up with a freak. And if it costs you your life to save somebody else's life, it's included. But some of these women, yeah, they'll let the guy have the girl in the basement or in the box or whatever they're putting her in. So they don't have to essentially start themselves. They get out of it. So let's say this, anyone a suggestion, number one. She's completely unqualified. I think it's because he's dominant, she's not dominant. So the concept is, and this is clearly like on the Radix concept, that he leveraged power over her to the point where she lost some of her ability to make her own free choices. I don't agree with him at all. I do not agree. I think that I think there are certain people like that, but I do not see it in her situation. He never, one thing he never did, which is common for Arab women and women who are being, what they do is keep her from seeing any of her friends. They will keep her from her family. They won't let her go to work. They'll keep her trapped in the home, away from all other human beings who can see what he's going to. She was hanging out with the girlfriends. She was going on trips. She was still working. She was still seeing her family. So that's on board. Just absolutely cool. But you asked how could this be acceptable? Well, some of these movements, her family, her mom, her dad, and her sister coming to the trial, supposedly supporting her. I don't know whether since then they told her to go jump, but I'm sorry. If that were my daughter, she'd be an ex-daughter.
Kimura, here I come.
Ex-daughter. There's no way I have anything. And she killed my other daughter. And on top of that, she helped kill other people. I'm sorry. I'm done. I don't understand how anybody can. But again, maybe they're falling into the same thing. Oh, she was all under Paul's spell. He was the magician. She's just, the stupid rabbit in a hat, we can excuse everything she does. No, you're an adult. You don't get to excuse everything you do because you want what you want. And that's the problem. She wanted what she wanted. She wanted her man. She wanted this fancy, the fancy wedding. She wanted to be more like her sister. So she was a little jealous of her sister and getting Paul's attention toward her sister. She didn't stop to say, the dude's a creep. No, she wanted to win. She loved power control. She wanted to win. She was going to win with him. She was going to win over everybody. She had just as much psychopathic issues as
Watch the master paint your
psychopathic test. So someone, whoever gave it to was an idiot. And some of the psychiatrists that were in on this case, if you watch these documentaries, just punch all of them in the face and think, how do you even practice psychiatry? Because you're idiots. You're absolute idiots. It's terrifying. Let's see. Let's see. Carla's recognition. Self-preservation. I think at a certain point, she knew she was going to go down. She was going to be the next victim, and she wasn't planning to be that. She was. I guess Andy is going to go back and start from the beginning. Don't start all over again. But it's a fascinating case because it's rare that we have serial killer couples. Usually it's man on man.
Let's do this!
What you have is a male couple is half the leader and half the follower. The bigger dude in the whole thing. Doesn't say that the follower should be exonerated.
Gloves coming
I'm
off!
sorry, if you want to hook up with the guys because you're good, and you want to go kill women and watch them and help and torture them. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of sympathy for you. Just because you're not you're not the alpha guy. You're not the alpha dog. I should feel sorry for you because you're not the alpha dog. Oh, but especially with women. Oh, he was able to. He's a male, so he's able to make her do these things. I'm sorry. She had too many ways out. Too many other choices in her life. She did not come. She came from an intact family. She could go to college, and she did. She could get work, and she did. She was liked by her family, at least because they're stupid and didn't realize she was psycho earlier on. She had friends. Oh, and by the way, supposedly he was really into American Psycho, but she was the one that went to the veterinary place and said, "Hey, American Psycho's a great book. Look at this." So she was totally into this. She was a sick twin. I mean, she was sick, and all of her thinking was sick. And so what happened was sometimes you wonder, would they have been a serial killer couple? Would Carla have become a serial killer if she hadn't met Paul? I'm going to say this. Probably not. Probably not. If she had met some other guy, she might have been into some other psychopathic behaviors, some other psychopathic way of life. Like she's now remarried and has 3 kids. I'm sure those kids are under her control. I don't know about her stupid husband. Maybe he's an idiot too. Maybe she's controlling him. Maybe she's now the dominant person in everything. And she hasn't killed the 3 children, and she's with a new husband. She hasn't killed him. She hasn't killed anybody else. So, yes, she may not have been a serial killer had she been in a different situation. I think Paul would have been he was already a serial rapist. So he was already a serial rapist / serial killer without her help. So he was truly that. She, on the other hand, may have taken a different road. She would have still been a psychopath, but yeah, maybe that thrill wouldn't have been offered to her. You see, she got offered the thrill, and she took it. She took it because she wanted that thrill. And if you look at all of our lives, one could say, well, you know, I never climbed a mountain. Let's say somebody someday offered you this opportunity to join this mountain climbing.
Let's go home.
Maybe said you give you training, and suddenly one day you're climbing a mountain, and you're up there on the top of, whatever, Everest or something, going, oh my God, I never thought I could do this. This is an incredible thrill. Well, would you have climbed that mountain if you hadn't had the opportunity? Maybe not. But still, if an opportunity presents itself, you either take it or you don't, depending on who you are. Now, I don't care how many people offer you the opportunity to climb a mountain, ain't going up. I'm not doing it. And I'm not jumping out of an airplane because I'm a chicken crap when it comes to space. I don't like it. I don't care how much money you offer me. I don't care what opportunities, how cool it is. I'm not doing it. But you could offer me other opportunities that I might say, oh, I never had that opportunity, but I take it. So Carla may not have had that opportunity with somebody else and may have gone through life never killing anybody, but she may have been part of the BDS community.
Easy.
She might have been, she could have done all kinds of other. She could have committed fraud. She could have done other horrible things she would have done. So yeah, there was a bad marriage in the sense that she hooked up with a guy who was a serial killer. He offered her an opportunity. She took it of her own free will. Let's see. Carrie says, do you think Carla's appearance contributed to absurd psychiatric opinions regarding battered spouse syndrome? Oh, she was really good, by the way. If you look at these documentaries, first of all, she presented herself. First of all, the face with being beaten up really helped a great deal. But she also played the little girl all the time. Oh, and he did this to me and this. But what's so funny is as she's talking the little girl voice, she shows zero empathy across the board. Zero empathy. How a psychiatrist doesn't see the zero empathy part. And what's funny is when they're the really good the fifth what was that? Sorry, what's the name of it again? let me roll up here and find it so I can say it properly. Oh yeah, the Fifth Estate. Fifth Estate. She is so fabulous in this, and she nails some of these psychiatrists saying, "Didn't you see that?" Okay, isn't that like and it's a hallmark of psychopath. Zero empathy is a hallmark of psychopath. So she gets them tripped up, and so Fifth Estate is really good for watching her trip up all the psychiatrists. It's just grand. But yeah, I don't know what their problem was. I don't know if they're hired by somebody or they just have weird ideas about no woman could have her own agency, or any woman can be easily dominated, or if a woman is hit once, therefore she's a battered woman. I don't know what's going on about that she doesn't have any part to play in the choices she made. Yeah, not so. Joe says, is it possible that Carla would have gravitated toward another psychopath? Either consciously or subconsciously. She seems like the type of psychopath who wants someone else to do the heavy lifting. Yeah. Yes, I think that's possible. Now, generally speaking, a lot of times psychopaths don't get along because they butt heads all the time and they can't stand each other because they don't care about each other. And they're like, what's this person's problem? They can't manipulate as well. But there's these situations where two people who have psychopathy can indeed actually work together in certain forms. Now, you see that a lot in the mafia and cartels. because you got a lot of psychopaths working together. But you have an alpha partner, you have an alpha psychopath, and then you have the lesser psychopaths, and the alpha psychopath manipulates the lesser psychopaths, but the lesser psychopaths are getting what they want out of the alpha. So that's why it's always interesting to watch when you're talking about crime cartels, because it's hard to understand how this dude on top is a major psychopath, like Pablo Escobar down in Colombia. How did he do all the things he did? People still work for him, because there's massive violence going on. People are getting murdered, or you don't toe the line to get murdered. It's because the lesser psychopaths still get from their association tremendous amounts of you get to sell drugs for them. You make a lot of money. You don't like, as long as you don't cross it, you're good. But sometimes some of the psychopaths, because they're arrogant and they're psychopaths, do end up crossing the alpha psychopath, and then the alpha psychopath kills them. So this is the problem we have with Harley and Paul. I think she got a lot of credit out of her. She had crossed him in some way. I don't know what happened. She doesn't tell me. She did something that caused him to go off. Now people are saying, "No, you're going to blame the woman." No, I'm blaming lesser psychopath and bigger psychopath. Somehow she either stood up to bigger psychopath or bigger psychopath. Maybe he just thought she said something he didn't like. It doesn't matter. They are unequal in a sense. The alpha psychopath and the lesser psychopath. But they're both psychopathic and they're getting something else in a relationship that's purely selfish. They give a crap about that person. I don't think she ever loved him. I don't think he ever loved her. They're too psychopathic to do that. But by playing the game, they both got what they wanted for a period of time. And then, almost process. Has anybody seen Reservoir Dogs? Great show. Reservoir Dogs is a great movie where I was asked to do, they had a 10th anniversary, I believe it was, 10th anniversary special thing. It's real cool. Reservoir Dogs came in a cool gas can thing. Really neat looking. I opened up and the DVD was in there. And they asked me to profile the different characters. There's good black, there's good white dogs, and they said, which ones are psychopaths? I said, pretty much most all of them. Maybe I'll let the police officer off, but all the rest are 100% psychopaths. And they're like, really, all of them? I'm like, absolutely all of them. But you had your alpha psychopath, and then you had, and they showed emotions, which is what confused people. Like, this guy really liked this guy. Like I can't remember the whole story now because it's been a long time, but the main guy liked the police officer, and when he found out he wasn't really upset about it because he liked him as well as he would like his dog. A dog is your dog until a dog is on your psychopath can work for the pleasure they bring them, the attention they get. But once that line is crossed with that person isn't under their control anymore or says they don't like it, then they're off. They're psychopaths. So I don't think people understand that you got more than one psychopath playing in the same game. So I think Carla, she had found this psychopath, or she really does have people she can manipulate and use and grab. Oh, you saw that? I love Reservoir Dogs. We never got any evidence of the psychopaths. Can't deny any of them have definite anti-hero. It's a fabulous one. I mean, it's sick. It's sick, and sick with it. But what you're about to play. That song. You never see that song again. What was that? I'm trying to think of the song, man. Tell me the song, Jeff. I have to look up. It's a terrific scene in that because you're seeing two things that are disparate. See if you remember the song. Listen, I'll try. Reservoirs. All I got to do is put Reservoir Dogs song. Okay, the song is stuck in the middle of you. I think it's stuck in the middle. Of you. What is that comic song? No. Stuck in the middle with you. Yeah. So they're playing stuck in the middle with you by the Church. I'm not fond of violence. It's not my hate slash, but there's some specifically excellent films that show psychopathy in such a grand way, and Doesn't Bark Dog is definitely the one. Oh, you have, I have the special anniversary edition of your commentary. Oh, cool. Oh, cool, man. I mean, it's really, it was really cool commentary to do, and, I didn't have money because I hadn't seen, I guess I hadn't seen that movie before they asked me to do it. It was like, hey, this thing is good, like, I'm super impressed. What? The boy, the Louise, red now, hamburgers. I don't know. It's great to do. And, one day I went to this, it's rare that they get it right. That you get the true feeling about psychopaths and great. Reservoir Dogs is one of them. And I think that's why more people see Reservoir Dogs and I understand these two dogs. they might get. I want to hear that version of the DVD. I want to get it captured. I don't know if it's still available on Amazon. Let me see. I think it's on Reservoir Dogs 10th edition. I think that's the name of it. Let's see. Reservoir Dogs 10. Oh, 50. That was the 50th anniversary edition. 50th anniversary edition. That's it. Let me see if I'm on it. Oh, yeah, there it is. It does exist. Hey, only $8 on the US. I don't know what it's there. Reservoir Dogs 50. And this is the limited edition. That's a gas can. See if it says. Let's see what it says here. See what it says about the. I haven't seen that in a long time, but yeah, it's a great movie. I'm not a big fan too. But that's it for this. I knew it was really hard to figure out how to present this because I wasn't trying to present the case as much as I was trying to present Marla and trying to help people understand all the weirdness that goes on with the sadistic and masochistic things. People, I say there's two reasons for being masochist. One is that you don't have a choice in this. Hopefully people can love. So when someone confuse you, so you're not really masochistic. That's the thing, you're not really masochistic. Because you don't really like the thing, but you're allowed to keep it up because you want benefits of the sadist as well from you. Or the masochistic part is allowing someone to do things to me and getting the thrill out of how they're doing it. I'm living vicariously through the fact that they're able to do this and able to be part of it. It's very, very confusing, hard to understand. And unfortunately, if you understand, maybe you need help. It's not a healthy thing. It's not a healthy thing. Well, thank you, Carrie. I'll have to look back and see how masterful it was. You know me. I never have anything written down. So I just like to help people understand things that other people aren't telling you and other people aren't sharing with them, especially when it comes down to stuff that people get picked up on. And then they can't understand it because no one told them the story is good. So, yeah, and I like to do that. I wonder if Carla will watch this. I wonder if Carla will contact me. Well, thank you, Jim. What is your contact? Every once in a while, I guess this thing does contact me. Have a serial killer contact me. What would be funny is, this is what's usually funny, is that somebody like Carla contact me and say, you really understand me, Pat. Gee, thanks. Okay, so exciting. Allison says, thank you for this. Very interesting. I finally worked out that the sister's murder was premeditated. No, it's not premeditated. No. Let's say no. Her murder was not premeditated. Her murder was accidental. But because they did the same thing to Jane Doe. So Carla did the same thing to both of them. She put that. She was trying to control her to make her compliant by being out of it. So Paul could do anything he wanted to her and have his way, to have his thrill. She wasn't actually intending to kill her sister. So the murder wasn't premeditated. The rape was premeditated. Okay, the sexual assault was premeditated. The murder was accidental. That's still messed up. And Jane Doe, there was a sexual two other girls. Those are premeditated homicide. I don't believe for a minute they were brought back to the house and they were ever going to release them. Are you kidding me? You cannot pick up people off the street, leave them to your home, torture them for days, and then release them back to the public. I'm trying to think of the last time that happened. Could it happen? Yeah, but that's not going to happen. Especially when there are two people involved. She's gone. Even if she didn't see the people, which is they might not have seen them for some period of time, because they did have a blind group to some extent, but that's the thing. Besides which, my Kristen already see. Yeah, Leslie already seen me before. Oh, both of them. Leslie. Okay, wait a minute. Let me go back here just 1 second. There is a word. So we got the two girls. Okay. So supposedly they put blindfolds on, and then they kept slipping, so they kind of doing jumping back. They saw. Okay. Leslie saw. So what happened was, Paul, or not Arnold, pulls up, gets out of his car, talks to her. He's not wearing a mask. She's not wearing a mask. She sees him in full face, then he gets her in the car, then he puts a mask on. So she's dead. She's dead right there. Krista, they pull up to her in front of, I think, her church or her school. They pull up, and Carla says, hey, excuse me, I can't find something. I can't figure out what the place is. She gets out and shows her on the map. She sees Carla's face, and then he tossed her to the car and taken away. So she's dead too. So that was premeditated, and this is premeditated. There's no way God was not premeditated. So, but no, I don't believe God was let's see. Wouldn't that be great? Carla watches it. Yeah. Perhaps Carl Tanner would watch it. Hi, Carla. Nice to see you. Yes, I'm sitting here with the psychologist. The very shy version. I'll talk to those of us. Hopefully that was good. That was left big show for you. For him. Sedation of how it's was planned. Yes. Yeah, that was that whole. Yes, everything was planned as to what they planned to do. As long as she's not on the live stream. As far as I know, you have to join Patreon to get my live streams. So no, she can just pop up. Although we've seen that. That's one of the reasons I stopped doing open live streams, because we would get that. We would get lawyers popping up to address the case I was talking about, to take over the chat room and tell everybody I was an idiot. We get people who believe the opposite of me. They just come in. They don't care what I say. They're not trying to learn anything. They say, no, she's wrong. And then you get psychopaths going through as well. So yeah, that's why I stopped having them. So you have instead a wonderfully nice group of people who are intelligent and want to discuss things and have no problems. Now I'm saying that someone could sneak in, but yeah. So that last I did. Well, that's good. But there's so much information in this case. It's an insane amount of information. So try to. You can either talk about the case and try to do a very basic one. This case is very short. This is a psychology, like Dr. Bade did. I try to mix the two together to bring in enough information at the same time as I'm trying to help them understand the whole issue here. But I wanted to bring you something different as far as understanding this whole sadistic, masochistic thing, master and slave routine. And if you're not really familiar with that, yeah, and it's out there in the world on Buddhism. It's just very unfortunate. So anyway, I'm glad you came today. It was a very pleasant topic. I admit, it's a tough one to do because it's just gruesome, and I just, but as I end this program, I just want to say, and I think the fact that they played those videotapes for the jury was just as sadistic as the people involved in the chase. I think it's sick. I can't imagine how that was allowed. It's just, and I can't imagine how many people could handle what they're looking at and understand things. And they did convict Albernado that. So what happened was, the question was did Paul Albernado actually kill the two girls, or did Carla kill the two girls? was responsible for the deaths. And the problem is they wanted to convict Paul Bernard of actually killing the two girls. And I have a problem. I actually don't necessarily think I knew the verdict. The verdict was guilty on every single juror said he was guilty. Got convicted of murder. But in reality, there wasn't actually proof that he himself killed them any more than was proof that Charlie did. If you're going to say who killed him, I actually don't. I can't say I know. On the evidence, I don't know if Carla did it, he did it, or they did it together. All I can say is, in a world that isn't chaotic, since both of them are involved in the abduction, rape, and torture, and of these two girls, that would be death that occurred during the initial crime. I say no one ever gets murdered. Now, I'm probably both of them did get murdered. But I think it's kind of funny that the jury didn't find just Tim guilty. Who actually did it? I don't know. There's no way to prove it. I personally think he's more likely to have done it. Or she did it. I think he has to do it together. But I personally think it's something he did it to himself. And actually, there's no evidence. There's not perfect evidence that he did it himself. I'm not sure that the jury was. I mean, I like the verdict, but I don't know that I would agree that that's the correct verdict. So, kind of crazy. So, yeah. Our laws need to change. Kind of really demented. Well, thank you, Christine. Very challenging to present this case. Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Oh, this is cool. Lila sent this to me earlier. Since her release, lawyers have warned that it isn't right to post pictures of Carla's whereabouts, and anyone who does that may be exposing themselves to being sued. Yeah, nobody. Oh, poor Carla. That's a shame. But you know, the hatred of the internet is so strong against Carla. I mean, that is, I mean, if you're from the U.S., you have no idea what's going on in Canada and what's about Carla and blah, blah, blah. People really enraged about the fact that she only got 12 years and got to walk away. She sold diapers now or something. She even got to work at her kid's school with other children. It's like, now she's not very that's happened. But I mean, it's appalling. It's appalling. But, you know, the fact that she was married, got 3 kids, makes me want to throw up. And I feel really sorry. I really, really sorry. It's, I think it's so sad for them. Because even if she's able to convince them that she is a really good person, she might be, you know, manipulating them all their lives. But, you know, somewhere along the way, they're going to grow up and find out that everybody thinks their mother is serial killer. Kind of amazed at the level of research people who do shows. You have such a deep understanding of all the aspects. It's only a few days since you started research. Well, I try to like get the most important things I can here. Again, I'm not doing the level of research if I was doing an investigation or I was going to write a book or something. But I think I always try to find enough information to help me help you understand. And so that's what I always hope to do. So thank you all. Enjoy your day. Now, anywhere near Carla, if you know her name, she would be your best friend right now. Let's see what Lisa has to say. I saw an interview with him in the police in prison years later, and the level of narcissism of language and self-awareness was insane. Yeah, actually, I didn't get to go into all of it all. But the stuff he says is just ludicrous. I mean, he's just like, oh, I didn't do that. That guy, that's a whole other story aside from that. Let's see, yeah, Lila's correct. Some people need to be sterilized permanently. You betcha. They sure do. And it's unbelievable. Sometimes our system is just, system of justice is all that just. And it's just pretty scary.